Hey everyone, welcome to day 3 of the Identity 5 Premier Tournament. I am your commentator Reika, and joining me today is my co-commentator Colonel.
Yeah, definitely going to be a fun day here as we get a little bit into the round of 32. Obviously, not quite at the end, have another day or two of matches, but getting into the middle of it, seeing some of these teams go off. We have another fun pairing today. Team Sky going up against Team Nefarious. Obviously, going to be another fun matchup here. Still in the BO3 format, still should see anywhere between 2 to technically 4 rounds today, but going to be a fun one. Is there anything you're looking potentially forward to today?
I'm still looking forward to the Sky team, especially because my friends Mars and Beeve are on it, so
Fair
just
enough.
really exciting.
As yeah, I do
What about
believe we
you?
have our. For me, I'm just looking forward to seeing some fun off-meta hunters. There's been a lot of interesting picks over time. We're not just seeing the Goat Man, the Hullabaloo, Shadow, Opera Singer every round. We're seeing a lot of those fun pocket picks, and I'm looking forward to seeing some more as we do have our rosters in for both teams, at least to start the series out. Team Sky, they're going to be running things with Bear, Seven, Mars, Knight, and Beva on the Hunter. Team Nefarious running their team of Near Ice, Bread, Freak, Somnium, and Silvers on the Hunter side. So you said a couple players you were looking forward to there?
Yes, Mars and Beeve.
Okay, what any pocket picks potentially from Beeve coming out? Obviously, I'd expect some staple picks in the opening parts of the series, but any specific pocket picks that you know of that we might get to see today?
I do know that Beeve plays a lot of Dream Witch, and his Dream Witch is extremely just very good, so I'm excited to see if he will pull out that Dream Witch today.
As yeah, we do have our coin flip going through. Team Sky called heads. The coin landed on tails, so we'll see the picks and bans coming out here. It'll be Sky banning the first map. We'll see what they go for here in a minute. Obviously, have plenty of options as they are going to ban Lakeside Village here for this first set. Based on that, anything that you'd expect the opposite side of Nefarious to pick here for game one?
I'm not entirely sure. What do you think?
I'd say there's definitely been a lot of maps that we've seen popular coming out here, which obviously is going to depend on what the team wants to play. If they want to play something like an Explorer comp, you wouldn't be surprised to see something like a Leo's Memory here to start the round, but I know we saw Arms Factory in the last series I was here, so can really expect just about anything. I know a couple teams are partial to a couple different maps, as get a bit of gift spamming in the chat here, but we'll see what that map pick is going to be here. I definitely expect just some general map, maybe a red church, maybe one of the towns, Chinatown or Ever Sleeping, are definitely always a possibility, but not too sure what they're going to go to. And I suppose at the end of the day, they both play on the same map, so doesn't really mean all too much either way.
No, yeah, I totally agree. Maybe we will see some big map picks, especially Lakeside, or maybe we also have Darkwoods available, so I'm excited to see if they'll pick Darkwoods.
As actually, we do have the pick coming in, so it is going to be the Ever Sleeping Town for game number 1, picked up by the Nefarious side. So it will be Lakeside banned out, Ever Sleeping Town picked up here for them. Then it will be up to Team Sky to pick their starting faction. So it will be on Ever Sleeping Town here for the first 2 matches of this set between Team Sky and Team Nefarious. But we'll see it just about who's going to be the first set of players to come out here, as it will be the Survivor pick coming up from Team Sky. So we'll see Bear, Seven, Mars, and Knight come out. They'll be up against the Hunter of Team Nefarious in the hands of Silvers. So definitely going to be an interesting one. Ever Sleeping Town has definitely been a bit of a Goatman map in the past, but especially in this step down from Koa, step down from Pro Play, wouldn't be too surprised to see either of those top 2, or potentially already stepping away from that top tier pools. We do have the disabled characters in terms of Archer, Meteorologist, and Peddler, and then of course Escapologist, not quite out yet, so he's unavailable regardless, but can't go into those newer characters yet, so wouldn't be too surprised to see Hullabaloo or Goatman picked up here.
No, yeah, I totally agree. So we will be starting with our survivors first. Just waiting for the referee to invite the players.
Yeah, we'll make sure everybody can get into the lobby, then we will get into that pick and ban phase. Are you at least familiar with some of the players here on the Survivor side for Sky? Is there any type of picks that you're expecting them to come out for here?
I know Mars plays a lot of Antiquarian. Um, you said Reginald is on this team comp?
They have Bear, Seven, Mars, and Knight at the moment, I believe.
Hmm. I'm not too sure about the rest of the players, especially since their profiles are pretty much locked down, so I couldn't really see their character picks.
Yeah, we'll see what they are going to eventually go out for. Definitely a lot of options when it comes to those meta characters. Wouldn't be surprised to see any of those strong rescuers, maybe Gravekeeper coming out here in the earlier parts. Puppeteer has been pretty popular. That Antiquarian that you mentioned, definitely another big one. So things like the Seer, things like the Priestess, always going to love to be playing on a larger map like this. So wouldn't be too surprised to see something like the Priestess ban here, considering we're on Ever Sleeping. But that again will always just come down to what the Hunter wants to play, what he doesn't want to play into. So we'll see exactly what all the calls are going to be for them there, but not going to be all that surprised by just about anything here. Aeroplanist, another option that a couple of teams have been running through, is we do have our survivors all set up in the lobby, still just waiting on our Hunter to get in here, but certainly going to be an interesting set today.
Totally agree. Who are you excited to see for this first round on Ever Sleeping for the Hunter?
I wouldn't anticipate too much surprise here. I would expect it to just be something like that Goatman or the Hullabaloo, but when it comes to interesting picks, I think there are a lot of options. I think that Clown has some nice times on some of these larger maps. Could maybe see something like the Hermit come out, something like the Soul Weaver that has a decent bit of movement when it comes to just speed or around the map. But again, it is going to just come down to if they want to play one of those tier 1 hunters, and if they don't, that's when we can start getting into those interesting picks. Again, wouldn't be too surprised by a lot of different things here. Opera Singer and Ivy definitely both have some success here on the side of Ever Sleeping, so a lot of options that they can go for, but I suppose it'll just have to come down to what Silverease wants to get in with here.
Sorry everyone, this is taking a little bit longer than usual, but it's okay.
Yeah, I'll just wait a second and let all the players get in. Don't want to try and rush anyone to get into the lobby too quickly here, so we'll give them a little bit of time to get into the lobby, get everything ready and set for this match. As we do have Silverease in the lobby now, we'll go ahead and allow them to get that draft started. As certainly going to be a fun one here, as we are going to go ahead and head things on into that first matchup here as we finally get our character selection started.
Alright, we will now be heading into the ban and pick phase.
Yeah, we are just going to start out not too surprised by the bans. Priestess, Seer, again, two characters that really love maps like this. Priestess, a lot of long portals she can make with her basic Holy Key. Seer, again, very, very strong against a lot of these stronger hunters. So not too surprised by the bans here, as we are going to see a Explorer coming out here from the side of Sky. Definitely an interesting one for the map.
No, yeah, I've never seen an Explorer first pick. Very interesting. And that Aeroplanist pick. Aeroplanist has been coming into the meta recently, and I'm here for it.
Yeah, I actually think Aeroplanist at Call of the Abyss, I think he was the most played survivor overall, so a lot of teams putting a lot of priority on him, picking him up in that 4th spot to avoid the global ban so they can keep on playing him. And when you see how well he does into things like the Goatman, able to just fly up in the air, chill out for a little bit, and avoid a cage entirely, definitely not too surprised to see him come out here, assuming that they expect Silvers to go for something like that Goatman, as he is going to get rid of the Knight with his 3rd ban. They still need a Rescuer though, so they are going to pick up the 1st officer here on their 3rd pick, as we'll see what this final ban is from the side of the Hunter. Still a couple of things here. Explorer obviously going to help with the decoding, but another Harasser, the Puppeteer, going to get taken away here, so we'll see what that final pickup is going to be and then what Silverse wants to go for this game.
The final pick will be the Cheerleader. I don't know, this is a pretty solid comp.
Yeah, I'm definitely interested by the cheerleader. There's obviously a lot of characters who can get good value out of it. Aeroplanus loves to get that reset on his jetpack when it comes to the Inspire from the cheerleader. First officer obviously likes having his pocket watches ready at all times and gonna have some good ability to try and hold on to the teammates cheering for them, getting them to that stack to allow them to pick themselves up. But we'll see what they want to go for. We get the talents all set up as we'll see what everybody wants to go for. I would expect a tide turner or two when it comes to first officer. Aeroplanist. Explorer obviously going to be looking to decode the majority of the game, so likely not going to be running the same, but I definitely wouldn't be surprised by a couple borrowed times here or there.
Who do you think the hunter will play? Looking like
I personally would be partial to the Goatman here. I feel like First Officer is going to do fine into either of them, but when it comes to Cheerleader and Explorer, I think Hullabaloo can struggle a little bit in terms of making sure Explorer can't get around to those the off colors. Cheerleader obviously has the speed boosts to try and keep herself positioned where she wants to be around the Hullabaloo. So I personally would want to lean to the Goatman here as Silverus hovers the Peddler a little bit. Peddler, of course, not allowed, which is of course something he knows, and so he does go ahead, back away, lock in the Goatman, and I definitely support this decision. Yeah, we'll see what talents he wants to go for on the Goatman as well. I wouldn't expect any mountains to be moved with his pickups here. Maybe just a standard detention trump card, unless he wants to go for something a little bit spicy, but he does lock it in. So we'll see what everybody wants to go for here as we move on to the area selection. It will be double borrowed time for the Aeroplanist and the First Officer. It'll be a full Sui from the Cheerleader and the Explorer. Tide Turners, of course, on the two Rescuers. So two different main runes here picked up by the survivors. It is going to be a bit of a Tetris shape here. Explorer in the middle. Goatman will have the opportunity to try and find this Explorer, or he may just play it safe, go for a Knight on that Aeroplanist toward the top right graveyard.
Yeah, I do think that he will try to find the Explorer mid, but just waiting to see. Good luck to Team NF and Sky. Really excited to see how you guys play this match.
Yeah, we will get things ready to go here. Gonna wait for everybody to lock in all of their spawns, give the teams a final moment to get ready, prepare where they want to go. I'd again expect Explorer to be in a little bit of danger here at the start of the match. We'll see if that is going to be where the Nefarious Hunter wants to go for, but Silverus, again, on the Goatman, does have a little bit of time to try and get that momentum piling up. Not the most decoding speed on this team if he is able to keep that Explorer away from the Cypher machines and his password pages. Obviously, Aeroplanist has a little bit of buff here and there, but we are going to go ahead and send things in first round, first half between Sky and Nefarious here on the Ever-Sleeping Town.
Right away here, we can see that this Goatman is heading towards the Aeroplanist. This Aeroplanist is heading towards graveyard. Switches targets. Decides he will go.
I guess he just decides that the Aeroplanist in graveyard is going to be a little bit too tricky for him, and he's just going to leave immediately. I'm not exactly sure what Silverus is looking for here, but he's bleeding out a decent bit of time on the clock here before getting into his first chase, as he will find out the
Cheerleader down
here.
That pallet.
Yeah, Cheerleader's going to need to get
prematurely.
It's actually going to be a bit difficult for Silverus to get a hit here. If he can't get a hit here in this first cage, he does. He has to use a second cage here. It's really good work by the Cheerleader. Silverus is going to finally connect for his first hit here, but barely has the resentment for another cage. If he doesn't get the hit on this next cage, things are going to go very poorly for this Goatman. 50 resentment now, so trying to charge up a little bit more. So he is going to drop this next cage down, but this isn't really the best cage for him to play around.
We do see that Blink is up, though.
Okay.
And he'll get that
yeah,
hit.
Fair enough.
Yeah. That was a fairly good kite. Highest Cypher right now is 60.
And yeah,
you
there's
can
not
see
really
though
more.
that the Cheerleader does have her flywheel up. So this could extend your kite far away.
Oh, he's interesting. Cages here actually traps himself out, and now he has no resentment here. Terror shock
And the
hits on
terror
the first
shock!
officer. The fortunate part of it for the survivors, though, it is a goat man, so it's not an instant down due to the terror shock. So Verse is going to get picked up here. Tide Turn is going to get popped, and that was a nice terror shock for the goat man to hit. Again, doesn't get a double down because of it. Can't hold the cheerleader on chair. That's the one problem with those two faulty cages that he did have, but it is going to be a chair back on the cheerleader here, so he's going to get the second chair on the cheerleader. It'll be the third cipher being popped right now by the hands of that first officer. We'll see Explorer go for some more pages, and I assume Aeroplane is going to come for this rescue.
You see that Aeroplanist is just out of that tinnitus range, just to bait the goatman to leave the chair. Goatman not looking towards the chair. And Aeroplanist gets that backdoor rescue, but spots him out.
Yeah, there's going to be another Tide Turner used here. Cheerleader actually able to get away from the Goatman with the rush. Has an Aeroplanist on the other side to come try and body block. He's going to break the cage down here, and this is the problem with Goatman. He can't really do anything about these cages getting broken. Finally finds a nice cage. Aeroplanist locked out. Can't help support anymore, so Cheerleader is going to go down, and we are going to have our first survivor sent back to the manor here, as unfortunately for Flower Maiden's Cheerleader 7 is going to get taken out here and sent back. But the good news for the survivor, they are on their final cipher, as Explorer did go ahead and use some page on the cipher he's working on, so it is going to be the fourth cipher getting popped now for the side of Sky, and they can definitely try and find a way to get a tie against this Goatman at this point, as they need 60% of a cipher here on this mid cipher, or they can pick up another one up somewhere else. But Goatman still needs to try and find a way to get some more kills here. He'd be happy with a 3k from this game state, but we'll see what he can stretch for. He's going to go on to Nats here, has the jetpack, actually going to take a hit before it. Not the best jetpack by Nats, gained no distance with it, so definitely not going to be the happiest in the world with that item usage. But Pallet doesn't come down in time. Silvers gets a quick down here, and Aeroplanist not going to be happy with that one.
And that will be basement. For going in for that rescue immediately. Do you think Goatman will switch to teleport soon?
I think it's very possible. It's a bit dangerous to try and teleport cross map, but you look at the cipher progress and it's just as big of a problem. But the other side of the coin here is that Explorer doesn't have borrowed time, so with this cipher being almost primed, they really need Aeroplanist to be the one to take this hit, as it will be double cage coming out here. This is going to be a difficult situation. Nats, he has jetpacks to work with, but because Explorer didn't bring the borrowed time, he gets no value out of the flywheel, and that is going to be a mistake or a decision that he's going to be pretty upset about in the post game here, as we'll see it now. Explorer chaired in the basement. First officer is going to be on the far gate. Trump card teleport would catch him, but would leave a chance for the backdoor rescue onto the Explorer. So they all should know where the dungeon is. First officer now should have this gate open in time, because he's too late to trump card teleport at this point. He's going to try and put a big cage up here to catch this first officer. The door is now open, and he is going to catch the first officer. Misses the swing, but the cage is a bit too damning here. First officer going to try and move back over to the door. Silvers looking to get back over, considering a trump card teleport here. Save is going to come out. Explorer is to hit second stage there, so if he gets chaired again, it will be his death. It is going to be a warp upstairs now, as we'll see him trying to pressure these survivors. Again, all they want at this point is the 2 escape. They don't really care about getting a triple here, so they're just going to go for the tie here. The Goatman going to move over to the Explorer, as again, Explorer is dead on chair, walks through the cage, insta down by Silveris, and Explorer going to get taken out of the manor here. He'll be sent packing, but we'll see how quick the Goatman is, as first officer could wait at the door and they could go for a dungeon player. First officer can try and use these jetpacks to cross the map. It's simply a race at this point, but with Goatman checking the wrong areas, he's not going to catch this man in time. It'll be a double escape here from the Sky survivors. Congratulations to both teams for a middle of the road result here in the first round.
Wow, congrats. Especially against a Goatman. 2 escape is incredible.
And yeah, it definitely is going to put a little bit of pressure on the Hunter of the Sky side now. Needs a 2K at least to get a tie. Obviously, a 3 escape would secure them a very good start to the, or a 3 kill, not a 3 escape. A 3 kill would secure them a very nice start to the series. So we'll see if they're able to get that going in the next round as we'll wait for everything to get set back up. We'll recreate our lobby. We'll get all of our players invited in. But after that first round, again, Nefarious need to get some work done here on their survivors. Yeah, as we look on to this second half of the first round, we will see our first faction swap of the set. It'll be Team Nefarious' survivors, Near Ice, Bread, Freak, Somnium going up against Beva on the Hunter here. I know you mentioned being a little bit familiar with them before the set, so aside from obviously expecting a Goatman or a Hullabaloo, is there anything that we could potentially expect to see from them today?
I'd say a Dream Witch or a Clerk. I'm pretty sure
Clerk.
those are their off-meta hunters. Yeah. I really want to see a Clerk.
And I mean, yeah, there have been a lot of various clerk results when it comes to higher level IDV in the past recent times. Saw a 25-minute match, I think it was in Koa, where they picked up a 4K. We saw MZZ was playing the clerk several times in their sets, which had some averaging results, but it would definitely be interesting to see as we will head back on into the Ever Sleeping Town, get our custom lobby set up here. Is definitely going to be an interesting one here for this second half. Is again really looking for a 3 kill or a 3 escape here. A tie game would secure a tie in the overall round, of 4-4 half for both teams, but if either team is able to secure a third player in favor of their faction, they will be able to pick this round up for their team. So we'll see exactly what that is going to go on to now as we have a couple of moments to continue waiting out. We'll get all of our players in the lobby once again, and then we will get things going on with round 1 second half here.
No, yeah, definitely. I'm really excited to see how this matchup will go. Just loading the survivors into the lobby now. I do think round 1 B will pick Goatman. Their Goatman round 1, pretty deadly, not gonna lie.
Yeah, we will head back over to the Ever Sleeping Town. We've gotten all of our players in the lobby. We'll give them just a moment to get all of their draft lands in order, and then we'll head on into our character pick and ban section for this first round, second half, as we do have our Nefarious survivors readied up. We have our Sky Hunter readied up, and we will get things ready to go here. We're gonna head straight on into this second round, or this first round's second half here. So headed into champion select there for a moment, crashed out, but we're back in, and we'll see what these opening bans are. I wouldn't be surprised by Priestess Seer seeing a mirror with the bans, but there's obviously a lot of other ways you can go, but we'll see what Beva wants to go for.
Right away here, we can see a Seer and Mechanic ban. Standard bans, especially the Mechanic, doesn't want that Cypher Rush. First two picks are First Officer and Psychologist. What do you think of those?
I think it's interesting to lean into the Psycho here into the global ban pool so early, as we've seen Psycho have a lot of power over the course of various series, get a lot of big plays going on. Obviously, Whistle helps out a lot when it comes to getting some panic rescues in rough situations, but they are going to go ahead and pick the Psychologist up here in that second slot. Will be global banned. I'm surprised to see no Priestess pickups here, considering the map we're on, potentially trying to save it since the Hunter's not banning it out, but will be the Puppeteer banned away by the side of Beva. Fire Investigator now gonna get picked up here. Another interesting one you don't see on Ever Sleeping every day, but it is gonna be what they go for here. We'll see who pilots that in a few moments. As final ban coming out from the side of Beva, a lot of options. Could get rid of that Priestess or whatever else they see as a bit of an annoyance. Could get rid of a Decoder here as well. A couple options on the table there, which could make the game a little bit easier for Nefarious survivors if they are able to get that decoding speed up, but we'll see what they want to go for. 5 seconds left on this final ban. Patient going to come out to deny that combo with the Psychologist.
Sorry guys, I've been having some family issues right now, and I just need to I just need to go. So I'll get Lozzie to take over for me. Thanks for commentating with me. I'm sorry this has been so awkward.
Oh no, you're good. You're all good. I hope everything is well.
Thank you. Bye guys.
Yeah, well, I suppose I'll be chilling out here for the moment. Obviously, gonna continue on in the draft regardless. The players are able to continue playing their game. It is just gonna be the female dancer picked up here for the side of the Nefarious survivors. So will it be a calming pickup here for them? We'll see what exactly they want to go for here, as it will be the female dancer locked in. They'll go and select their talents. So would expect a couple of tide turners, first officer, fire investigator potentially could be going for that. Really could go tide turner on anyone here, but would still expect some flywheels, some knee jerks, some borrowed times. We'll see exactly what all the decisions are going to be for the survivors, as we'll get a couple locked in based on the build names. I definitely would expect Psychologist to be on that Sui with the flywheel knee jerk, so we'll see what they want to go for as the rest of them lock everything in. Talents are going to be selected, and we will head things back on over to Beva, as we'll see what they want to play here. I wouldn't be too upset with a Goatman here once again, considering the opposition composition, but again, a lot of options going to be available here for them. First officer, Psycho, fire investigator, and the female dancer, but it is going to be into the other half of our tier 1 pool. The Hullabaloo going to come out here in round number 1 for this side of Sky's Hunter, as again, 2 kills will guarantee a tie round in round number 1. If he's able to secure a 3rd kill, he'll win the round for his team, securing them a nice advantage moving on into the later parts of the series. And of course, the opposite result, a 3 or a 4 escape, will lead to the Nefarious survivors having a nice lead at the end of this opening round, as we'll let our Hullabaloo pick his talents, and then we'll head on into our area selection. So we'll see exactly what they want to go for here, as it is going to be on to area selection now. First officer, certainly expecting him to take a little bit more of a center map aspect, as yeah, he's going to go in the middle right, but going to be near graveyard, as they actually bounce around a little bit. So still trying to decide where they want to go, what story they want to tell this Hullabaloo, and see where they want him to spawn. So it is going to be the same Tetris formation here. First officer in the middle of his team, and then the Hullabaloo going to spawn on the left middle. So take a little bit of a gamble here, and he is going to be pretty heavily towards the female dancer here for the first chase. Florian down on the bottom middle could be another option for them as well, but we'll see what they want to do. I'd expect it to just be a female dancer chase, so not going to be the biggest problem for anyone. Female dancer, again, with those slow boxes, can always buy a lot of time here for the survivors, so we'll see how they're able to do it. Is just going to be a game on to trying to get that 3 as the 3 escape there. They're happy with the tie, of course, as well, but winning a round always going to be better than not winning the round, so we'll give them a little bit of time to get everything ready, and then we'll head on in round 1, second half here, coming up in a moment. Welcome, Lolzy. I have the stream open and I cannot hear you, Lolzy.
Alright, let's show gameplay. Okay, I think they should be able to hear me now. But yeah, I'll be the second commentator for today as well, since Raker had to go.
Alrighty then, we are heading on in once again here. The Hullabaloo. We'll see how Beva's able to do with this one, as moving around a little bit. Actually going to look and try and turn over to the Psychologist here. So we'll see how this chase goes. Gonna try and drop some double surprises here to get a hit onto the Psycho. We'll get the red on to the Psycho here on that pallet drop. Will be the puppet coming out here. Hits another stage of red, but we'll be able to get the white before this tap pallet comes down. So already 2 sections into this first hit. The one problem, of course, is that we are looking at a Psychologist, so it is going to be a little bit tricky, as it will be the rotation of the stage. Now Psychologist is going to take the first hit here of the game, as white goes on, red goes on. Gonna try and spin around to this black, drops the clown, not gonna hit it here with the double surprise. Double surprise again, misses here, and it's not the start you want to see from Beva. He is gonna take a long time to down the Psychologist. We'll go ahead and use the trapeze, gets the hit onto the Psychologist. His Insolence actually gonna do a lot of work there for him, able to give him that trapeze at the right time. Nice flywheel though. Freak Alice gets the pallet stun, dodges the hit, and that is a beautiful play from the Psychologist here. Does now run out of stress, is able to get back over to these slow boxes though, and again Beva in a lot of danger here. Red bomb, black bomb, needs to hit that white one now for the down. Trapezes a little bit here now, should be able to pick up this down onto the Psychologist. Turns the stage but gets 360'd away, and Alice Freak is doing a massive kite here. They almost get 3 ciphers done, and against a Hullabaloo, what more can you ask for?
Yeah, that's really massive. I mean, already having 3 ciphers nearly being done against a Hullabaloo of this like size. I'm surprised that Beef didn't go for the goat man, but he does have abnormal, so it does actually help out a fair bit. That I believe that was the first officer's cipher there being decoded, but still 2 ciphers done with that 1 cipher being abnormal is still a really good kite there, as we're going to be seeing the first officer head towards an instant rescue here. Going to be trying to get the first officer here. I imagine they may try and go for a double down. No, not going to go for a double down either. I think, considering the position you're in, I think you might want to try and go for that double down onto the first officer as well. Is that? They used the... Okay, that was for female dancer using their little pirouette there. But going to get rid of that slow box, because as much as the slow box doesn't really do much against Hullabaloo, it still can be used effectively, like we've just seen there. So, honestly, with the way it's gone, I think, yeah, Fire Investigator should probably do the next rescue here.
And yeah, he does have the Tide Turner as well, so shouldn't be too big of a problem, as we'll see him immediately trying to make some space. He'll drop it down this bag, as we'll be ahead straight over to the Psychologist. Nice dodge there on the double surprise. We'll tank up the white smoke there. We'll see what he wants to go for. Can go for the double down here onto the Fire Investigators. Fire Investigator is actually throwing himself at the Hullabaloo. I definitely can't say I agree with this. He's giving over the double down to try and body block for the Psychologist, but Psychologist isn't really getting any value out of this. Able to use the bag, which certainly is going to help, but it's not really something that in the Florian needed to take a down for, as Psycho is going to go ahead and get away from this double surprise once again. Trapeze available here, is going to pick up another flywheel. Not going to dodge the damage with it, but does dodge the down, as it will be another attempt here. Double surprise misses again, but finally it will be Beva picking up this third down on the Psychologist. It will be a player sent back to the manor, but you look at the cipher progress, and even with the abnormal, 3 ciphers are done, another's at 90, another's at 50, so things are looking really difficult here. Fire Investigator almost picks himself up, but is going to end up a little bit slow. Actually, Fire Investigator is going to be able to pick himself up as the abnormal comes through, as he will insta pick himself up now. Abnormal comes through. It's 11% on this main cipher here in the middle, as Fire Investigator not going to get terror shocked over this pallet, as it will be double surprise coming out here, trying to get the play onto the Fire Investigator. Will get it up the staircase, as it will be a turn back around now. Hullabaloo going to pressure this cipher. It's been pushed to 23%, and at this point I think you just might need to consider starting another one elsewhere. It's so centered map, but regardless, they're going to need to save Fire Investigator, who's still yet to get shared, but Female Dancer, First Officer still have a way to get a double escape here.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at the cipher layout right now, there's literally 2 in mid, and then the 1 over in corner house. They're going to have to, like, rotate all the way over to corner house just to get that extra cipher done, and the fact that last cipher's in mid does give Beav a lot of momentum here, especially with by the looks of it, yeah, Female Dancer is going to be making their way over to Corner House, and they're going to try and stall out as much as possible. I still think maybe you should try and go for this rescue here before half, so you give yourself a bit of a chance here. Can I get the... Yeah, they can. That's good. Yeah, I believe... Yeah, they're going to try and go for a double down here. No, they're not, actually. I think... Again, I think this is the main thing. I feel like Beeve would have done so much better if they had got the double down. Right now, they're just going to take Tram. There's no reason for them to not take Tram there. And it looks like First Officer will be taking the next chase. But I feel like if Beeve wants to get more than a tie here, I think they might actually have to switch onto the Female Dancer. Or will actually get the hit onto the... Yeah, now I'm going to switch to Warp over to Female Dancer. And now they can start doing... a bit more on... Okay. So, yeah, I mean...
He's struggling out a little bit here, and he has to make sure he doesn't walk into his own warp here if he doesn't want to. Obviously has the ability to just break it whenever he wants to, but we'll just go ahead and work on the boxes now. Is going to jump a nice trapeze there to try and catch up to the Female Dancer. Only has a white bomb, will add the red. Actually has a chance to add the black. Flywheel comes out, but it's not going to dodge the damage again here. Stage turn comes out. Female Dancer trying to stay on this back wall to get away from the hullabaloo damage as black stage finally lands onto the Female Dancer. Cypher 90% here. Fire Investigator, First Officer, they both have borrowed time, could consider going for this rescue here. Should still be a tieable situation as the Hunter will not have his warp for another minute and 10 seconds. As can't have normal, of course, as he's trump carded away. Will go ahead and spot the First Officer, gonna pop the Cypher here. No detention for this hullabaloo, something that they should know for a fact as they saw the insolence pop and they've seen the trump card, of course, is not what you want to see there. He's not going to be able to go for the right target here. Oh, he's going for the First Officer again. As you mentioned, this is really bad for the hullabaloo. He has to commit to the First Officer, but if he doesn't get a quick down here, we could see a triple escape here as can't trapeze over that. The timer's not in favor. His First Officer just going to try and stall for his life right now. Female Dancer on the far gate at the moment is just about to get there. Black bomb will hit onto the First Officer. This close gate is open. Fire Investigator doesn't have another airbag for him, but First Officer can just try and sprint to it. First hit is going to get taken. Has that red bomb. Needs black, needs white. Black is going to land. First Officer comes in, gets the knockdown. Beautiful double surprises. Here's the problem. He's in a pallet, though. You cannot pick up this First Officer in the pallet as he will try and crawl out here. They can still secure a double escape with the Female Dancer on the far side of the map with that gate open. We'll see if they go for the triple. I personally think that they could try and force the triple escape here, but they're not going to. They're happy with the result. They're not going to take any unneeded risks. They take the double escape here, and we will have a tie game in round one. Yeah, we will have a 2-2 tie game in round number one. Both teams, of course, will head into round two at a 4-4 standstill. So we'll see at least all three rounds today. Still, of course, no type of guarantee for the overtime at the end of the day. But we'll see how the teams do coming up in the future rounds. But at least for the moment, Tier 1 Hunter should be off the table. We've seen a Goatman. We've seen a Hullabaloo. They should be banned out for the rest of the set if both teams think that is the correct play to do. But round one is going to be a draw. We'll head things back over now to the map banning selection. We'll see what these teams want to go for. Lakeside Village was our initial ban. We, of course, just played on Ever Sleeping, so a couple of maps that we've already seen, and I would anticipate, unsurprisingly, some new maps to come up here in this second round of bans, but a couple of things that we could expect to see here. I know a lot of people want to see the Dark Woods, but aside from that, I wouldn't be surprised by another large map. Lakeside and Ever Sleeping are clearly something that the side of Sky are quite fans of, so we'll see if that is going to be what they want to go for here. Chinatown, an option for them, but regardless, we'll see what this map ban is coming out of Nefarious. As we will see what they want to go for, as they will call in for a sub. On the other note, we do have our band is going to be Moonlit River Park coming in, as we will see the band is going to be Beva out for the side of Wendy in for the Hunters here for Team Sky. So we'll see. They're going to sub in Sprinter here, but no, we'll get the sub in for the side of Wendy here, as we'll see what they want to go for. Definitely going to be reconsidering the character pools now, as we talked a little bit, I talked a bit with Reika, as we would have expected maybe something like that Dream Witch, maybe like that Clerk, but can't really do that anymore without the side of Beva in. So we'll see what Wendy wants to play for here. Obviously going to be a different player with different pools. Moonlit is going to be the band from Nefarious, so no Lakeside, no Ever Sleeping, no Moonlit. We'll see what Team Sky wants to go for here. Going to be a good amount of options left for them. Again, wouldn't be all too surprised by another large map like Chinatown. Could flip the script, bring us somewhere like the Red Shirts, like the Arms Factory, maybe Leo's, as you mentioned, Darkwoods as well, a little bit of a dark horse when it comes to these players and what they want to go for, but we'll see what that final map pick is going to be from Sky here in a moment. As we'll see what they want to go through it for. I'm scouting out some of the profiles a bit. So Varus in the lobby at the moment, which is again the Hunter for the side of Team Nefarious. So has some match or some badges for Antonio and the side of Galatea. So could see a sculptor, could see a violinist, just a couple of options to see what off meta they kind of specialize in. But again, not too in a rush to see a violinist game, but definitely an option here for the side of the Nefarious Hunter is potentially going to be the faction that they plan on picking regardless of the map choices. They have already gotten their Hunter in the lobby, but regardless, we'll wait and see for that official decision. But before then, we will need Sky to pick a map, so we'll see what they want to go for. Again, Ever Sleeping, Moonlit, and the side of Lakeside Village are all banned away here, not pickable, so we'll see what they want to go for. A lot of options for them, and we just have to wait for Sky to make that call. As again, we do already have a couple of players in the lobby. We have some of the Sky Survivors and the Nefarious Hunter, so I would anticipate that to be the call that they're going to go for, but we'll see what if that is going to be the final call from them here, as we'll calm on it for the moment, as we'll see if that is going to be the decision by Team Nefarious. They're already readying up in the lobby a couple of the players, so potentially a premeditated decision here, but we'll wait for that final call to come out here. So we'll see if that is going to be what they're going to go for, as all 5 players already in the lobby. We'll wait for them to finalize that decision, of course. Need to have it in the books, but we'll just wait for that to happen. Alright, yeah, we do have the confirmation coming out that it is going to be the NF Hunter first, so we'll get our global bands ready. Explorer, Aeroplanist, First Officer, and the Goat Man all going to be unavailable for this side of things, as we'll wait on the ready up coming in from both teams after we get these global bands set up. Still need a couple of people to finalize their readiness, but Lulzy, anything that you would expect here considering the map we're heading to?
Opera, Ivy, one of the two. Has to be one of the two, otherwise, you know, what else works here, right? Like, I know some other hunters work here, like Disciple. I know Wax can work here, Gamekeeper can work sometimes, but we are going to head into the picks and bans right now. See, Antiquarian Archer, no, not allowed. I mean, it'd be a waste of time anyway, but yeah, it's going to be the Antiquarian and Gravekeeper, so I'm suspecting that maybe this doesn't feel like Opera or Ivy bands at all. This does feel like Hullabaloo bands, if anything, but Hullabaloo is being like hovered over right now. And I assume that, yeah, I mean, I think it'd be stupid not to ban Hullabaloo here, because Hullabaloo's just, you know, as much as, yes, he's received those nerfs, like, he's still a top 2 hunter, if anything, like, I wouldn't even, like, I know, like, Peddler isn't even in the tournament, but even, like, within ranked, I've not seen, like, that many people saying Peddler is, like, top 3 or even, like, top 5. Probably, I mean, they're probably top 5 considering what it is, but it looks like we're going to see Magician and Psychologist, so I'm not sure what they're planning for here. They might genuinely be planning for that Opera, unless, actually, no, they might be planning, I mean, I don't know, it's either Opera or Ivy that they're planning for here. There's not really, like, a specific one that I can see so far.
And yeah, we'll see what they want to go for. Magician Psychologist picked up here. It'll be the coordinator band here, and these bands are getting a bit interesting. Coordinator, Gravekeeper, Antiquarian. I'm trying to think through what you're looking to play with these bands, but we'll see what Silverus wants to go for. I don't know Sculptor bands. I don't know Violinist bands. Those were some of the ones that I mentioned Silverus playing as a player, but we'll see what they're going to go for here. Seer picked up for the survivors to join that Magician and that Psychologist, so as we'll see, it is going to be up to that other hunter, the hunter, to pick up that final ban here, so we'll see what he wants to go for. They don't have a full-on decoder yet, so again, could ban away something like that Mechanic. Obviously, they played the Explorer last game, so not going to be enabled, but it's just going to be another, not Survivor, another Rescuer here. Knight going to be banned away. They banned the Gravekeeper, they banned the Coordinator, Antiquarian to an aspect as well, but still enough on the table for them to figure something out. It is going to be the Mercenary coming in here for the Survivor side of Sky. We'll see what they want to go for here. They'll lock in all their characters, then they'll get onto their talents, but what do you expect here when it comes to the talents for the Survivors?
I suspect at the very least one Suicide build, probably on the Psychologist here, since they're technically the weakest chase here, since they have nothing but Rawkite, but at the same time, there is I don't know, like, I'm guessing from what I'm seeing right now, it could also be 0 Suicide builds, and we just see, like, a traditional knee-jerk reflex on all 3 and then tied on the Mercenary. But that's what I expect at the very least. But I'm looking at these bans. I mean, is it wrong to assume that maybe it could genuinely also be a Hermit as well? Because, like, as someone who also plays Hermit here, like, I don't typically ban those characters because I don't think Knight's very 50-50 for me. Like, I typically don't, I mean, this is ranked obviously, but, like, it's not exactly top tier competition. But, like, Knight's very easy to predict if you go up against certain Knight players, but then against, like, an Antiquarian who can actually, I believe, swipe away the charges actually once they come towards you. Gravekeeper is always a good rescue against the Hermit, so I'm guessing it could be Hermit because it is such a short map. They probably want to go for something off meta, like, for this point on. And
Okay.
although the Ivy, I mean, it was gonna be Opera or Ivy, or I was gonna hope for Hermit, but it is gonna be.
I'm sitting here going, why is a Hermit banning Antiquarian?
I mean, I've seen it happen.
Why are we banning Antiquarian as Hermit? We're leaving Psycho up, we're leaving Barmaid up, but we need Antiquarian off the table?
Yeah. Honestly, I've done it before, back when Antiquarian was at the peak of her powers, so it is what it is, but, yeah, genuinely, I think this is probably the best decision here, but, yeah, I mean, this is probably one of the better decisions, although I think, didn't Ivy's nerfs get put into comp, or am
I would have been concerned about playing Ivy at this point on this patch. I personally prefer an Opera here on the side of the Red Church, but it is going to be Silver's decision. I don't know his, I don't want to say competence on the various characters, but it is going to be the Shadow. He wants the Ivy here, so we'll see what it is going to be. The survivors are going to spawn in the four corners with Seer being adjusted up one. It is going to be a spawn down by the garden here for the Ivy, and it will be realistically, you don't want to chase Mercenary this soon, but it's going to be a little bit of a trip across the map. But I suppose for Ivy, it's not really that long of a path. So yeah, we are going to go ahead and send things on in round 2, half number 1. Again, the first round was a 4-4 draw. Both teams went dead even. We haven't seen a third kill or a third escape from any player this set so far, but we are going to see Silveris giving it another try. Saw a solid attempt earlier, but it will be back on to the Ivy here. Is going to send on this Shadow over towards the side of this Mercenary who's working on setting up some strong windows here, and this is a pretty strong setup here that I'm not surprised to see them set up here to start, as it will be the Ivy walking on around the map trying to find somebody for the moment, but is going to call the Shadow back here, going to move on over to the side of the Magician here, so still looking, hasn't yet picked their first chase here, is going to catch eyes on to this Magician, going to put the sight on, but they're checking around the graveyard. You don't have Tinnitus, you know no one's back here, so we're just waiting for Ivy to pick this first chase, and you're really running out of time to go for someone here. Is going to put an Ostracon down on to the Magician, but not going to go for the chase here. They're going to back away again. They're going to move towards 7 Seer here in the mid. Flower Maiden's going to try and kite around, which at this point, I think you have to just chase the Seer. Insta-vault of the window here. 28 now blinks over, and this is really, really dangerous from Silverus here. He doesn't have a trait. Owl's going to come out here, as it is going to have to just be a vault from Silverus. Going to try and catch up to them before that owl, or when that owl dissipates. I think personally that the owl's maybe a little bit earlier from the Seer than it's needed, but pallet drop comes through, we'll be able to live with the error or decision for the moment, as first hit comes through, 48 points on to that reveal, as not going to be able to teleport to this Ostracon yet. 10 seconds left on that. 93 stacks on the Seer. It is now going to be the turn over. Revelation Seer, though, dodges the swing. Now going to be able to try and get over to the pallet. Charge swing comes out, no flywheel to get him away, but that is a really expensive first down. 2 ciphers completed, another cipher worth of progress, 85%, 20% on the next 2 ciphers, and so Verse could be looking at a loss here.
Yeah, I mean, this is really good for survivors. Already a brilliant first kite, but brilliant rotations actually as well from like the Magician and the I believe it was the Psychologist who actually went straight behind the church at the beginning of the game. And yeah, it was, like you said, expensive first down. Mercenary is now coming through. What Silvers needs to hope for here is that they do get a Terror Shock there to try and go for that, but an early hit there, and That is going to be the next. Although, are they going to be able to? No, they're not. They don't get the full presence.
Yeah, I mean, this is really, really rough for Ivy here. Seer is going to get revealed here, but should be able to get over to the window or wherever he wants to try and transition over to. Has to loop back around. We'll be able to take this vault here, but going to be dangerous here. Knee Jerk is going to get him over to this next set of double pallets, but look at the Cypher progress. This game is over. I don't know that Ivy can secure a tie any longer. Does have detention to work with, but with Seer only taking one chair there, this game is feeling rough here for the Hunter. So it is going to be a stack on to the side of Magician here, but the Cyphers are still getting pushed. Pop 3, Pop 4 come out within moments of each other. They're going to hold on actually for the moment. 99% on both of the remaining Cyphers here. I'm not sure what they're waiting for this final pop. Seer's going to go down here, but they can't pop. No, they do. They go ahead and pop both of them. Gets the insta down here. That pop is really slow for what they want, but regardless, you don't really care. Ivy doesn't have a trump card. She can blink somewhere, but at this point, the survivors should just be happy with a triple escape here. So I don't think that they should be going for this Seer. I think they should be stalling to go for the gate, as again, no teleport on the Ivy to speak of. So it is just going to be a counter rotate here. We'll see where they want to go. Lennox is already at the gate. They can leave whenever. The psychologist able to get out, does have stress left, but not going to be in the biggest rush to use it now. It is going to be a maneuver over to the Magician, who gets out of the teleport. It's a double escape guaranteed now here, as the Ivy is going to continue burning time here on these back player. Magician can leave. Psychologist is going to leave as well. We'll see what the play is here, as it will just be a return over to the side of Seer. Mercenary has double elbow pads. There shouldn't be the biggest problem for him to get out here. Detention can't insta down him, so that is going to be the game here. It's going to be a triple escape for the survivors here, as we'll see a futile attempt here in the final moments to pick up this Mercenary. Is teleport going to come out, but the elbow pad onto the back wall will secure that third escape for the survivors here. As a big congratulations to them. The Sky survivors pick themselves up a nice advantage here in the second round. They took so long to pick up first target, and the chase itself wasn't that fast. I think you have to find who you want to go for quicker, I guess, or settle for a lower tier target. They just lose so much time at the start of the game looking for something. But we'll see what the other side of the bout comes out to. It's only one half. The survivors on the other side now have the opportunity to help out their Hunter and try and pick this one up here, as nefarious survivors are going to head back out near Ice Bread, Freak Somnium. We'll see what they're able to cook up here. They'll be on the Red Church up against Wendy here, so we'll be again that new Hunter getting picked up here. The substitute did come in for Sky. They swapped that Hunter from Beva to Wendy, so it is going to be a fresh Hunter. They'll have a fresh champion pool to work with. And you mentioned a couple off-meta picks here, and I definitely think that some of the ones you brought up have an ability to get a 3K. Yeah, that's true. They need a tie, right? Yeah, we'll see what they want to go for here. So again, as you mentioned, they don't really need to get the most in the world. You just need to secure 1 kill to tie the round. 2 kills will tie the match, but will win the round. 3 kills, of course, it grows a nice advantage. And if you are able to secure a 4K, you make the series very difficult to lose. So we'll see if they are able to go for something of that manner. As again, 3-1 in the first half in favor of Sky. If their Hunter is able to pick up a 4K here, it will nearly guarantee a win here. They would need to be flipped around, as would need to be 7 out of 8 kills or escapes in favor of Nefarious in that final round, which with even more bans and even more restrictions against them would certainly be a little bit difficult here. But we'll see how they're able to do here in round 2. If the survivors are able to stunt this bleeding and get a triple escape or even a tie, they can keep it relatively close. Obviously, they would love not to lose this round and get that triple escape, but at the end of the day, if you can keep it to a tie, you keep things pretty winnable when it comes to round 3. I might be. I see someone complaining that I said champion pool, but all I'm saying, you know what I meant. When I said champion pool, you know what I meant. That's all I gotta. You know what I meant. Hey man, you wanna yell at me for champions? You know what I meant. Everyone knows what I meant. The list of characters that they play at a semi-competent level, man, they know what's up. They know what they're doing. As we'll see the characters, or not the characters, the players start to join the lobby, as we'll see what characters they want to go for in the pick ban phase of this round, as we'll get the survivors in here for Team Nefarious. Again, no survivor substitutions from either team, so it is going to be the same for Nearize, Brad Freak, and Somnium coming in here. We'll see when the Hunter gets here. Wendy, of course, going to have a couple of options to go for here. Hullabaloo is the global ban. I would expect Goatman to be the in-round ban, but we'll see exactly if that is the call that Nefarious wants to go for, and then at that point, we'll see what Wendy wants to play here. Is again, going to be a lot of options here for them. Obviously, a relatively high-tier Hunter, but going to have a lot of things that they can try to go for here. Yeah, looking through their profile, the only thing I can see is their Nightmare's devotee title, Nightmare, on the front page. So definitely an option there to pull out of the pocket here for the side of Wendy, but we'll again see what that call is going to be. I anticipate them to be able to play just about anything, but we'll again wait and see what that is going to be. The survivors all readied up. We'll give the Hunter just a moment to finish preparing, get all of those bans ready on paper. Then we'll get on in to round 2, half 2. So again, round 1 very favoring the Sky Hunters with a 3-1 round win. Their Hunter Wendy going to be coming up here on the first round of the day for them. Again, Beva played the first round. They subbed Wendy in for the second, so we'll see what they want to go for here. A lot of options left open for them. Realistically, should have everything except for that Hullabaloo and that Goatman. So here on the Red Church, wouldn't be too surprised by anything. I don't think that the Hermit you mentioned is a bad idea in general theory when it comes to before a draft. Things like the Nightmare could always get picked up, could play any of those tier 2 characters, so a lot of options left open here for the Hunter, and just going to be a matter of waiting for this pick ban to get started, and we'll see what they want to go for.
I believe Raker is back now. I think their stuff has, actually been sorted out, so Raker, take it away.
Hi guys, sorry. Alright, I'm back.
Welcome back.
I was watching that last round though. Very rough game for the very rough start for the Ivy.
We are moving on in. We are going to get our pick ban started up here. Got everything ready, everyone good to go. And we are going to ship things on in here. Wendy with an opening pair of bans. We'll see what they want to go for here. Again, a lot of Hunter options they should have available to them. So we'll see what they want to go for here after this opening set of bans. Is going to be the Antiquarian and the Seer taken away here by Wendy.
Definitely not an Ivy, I'd say, especially since Antiquarian counters that Ivy. Or not, I mean, sorry, doesn't counter that Ivy, so. And Seer as well.
Oh, they actually take Antiquarian off the ban list and move it back to Coordinator. Interesting.
Does ban out that Goat Man.
Yeah, not the biggest surprise in the world. Again, the global bans for this round, of course, going to be that Hullabaloo played in round 1, First Officer, Psychologist, and the Fire Investigator, all going to be unavailable for the survivors as well here. So, Seer Coordinator added to the ban list for the survivors. Of course, the Goat Man going to be the next one taken away here for the moment, as we'll see what the survivors want to go for here, as they're taking a little bit of time to select their bans here. I think they're trying to get something out of this coordinator pickup, decide what they think the hunter is leaning toward at the moment, and then decide what they want to play based on that. So we'll give them a moment to think about it. The Wildling hover here.
Wildling
for first pick. Wildling Magician. That is an opening half.
Magician, I'd say, is a pretty strong character. I'd say top 3 in the whole survivor pool. So second round, not too not too shabby, I'd say.
Yeah, I've definitely seen Magician on the rise in the past. He's been having some nice games, got some nice value last game. Not that that was the most difficult of rounds for the survivors, but it is going to be on to the next set of bans here. The Hunter, Wendy going to ban away the Puppeteer. So Seer Coordinator, Puppeteer, they do have the Wildling Magician already, so not in a rush to pick up another Rescuer. They hover the Prisoner, hover the Patient. We'll see what they want to go for here, and they will back over toward that Prisoner. So have a Decoder on the team to help try and get some Cypher Rush going on here. We'll see what the Hunter wants to ban away. Really maybe just a bit of a harassing target here, whoever he's going to struggle in the chase against, which really starting to come down to figuring out what Hunter he wants to play here, and he is just going to go back to that Antiquarian, a good chase disruptor. So we'll see the Antiquarian banned away. We'll see the final pick from the Survivor. They'll get their talents ready. Then we'll see our final Hunter pick.
Gardener.
I definitely wouldn't expect this to get locked in, but it is going to go ahead and be the pick for them. So I'm not exactly too sure what they think they're going against, but they think the Gardener is going to help them out against it. So that is going to be the pickup for them. We'll see what they want to go for. Everybody locks in their characters, and we will see what all they are going to go for here. I wouldn't anticipate the most surprising builds. Wildling will surely bring a Tide Turner. I'd expect some Sui. I'd expect some Borrowed Time around the board. So we'll see what exactly they want to go for here, as we'll let our survivors lock in their talents, and then we will get things underway here for our Hunter pick.
This team comp is low-key not giving Ivy counter, so if a Hunter were to go Ivy, I'd say it's a pretty good matchup.
Yeah, we'll see what they want to go for on to that, as we'll hold on for the moment, see what this final pickup is going to be here for Wendy and Bonbon. I would love to see this locked in, and it is going to be locked in. Bonbon, I haven't seen it played competitively since the rework, which has certainly helped him out in growing power. So it is going to be the Bonbon pickup here for the Guard 26. Has the ability now to put bombs on chair to speed up that timer. So definitely going to be interesting, and it's going to force some quick rescues. And then we have our talents locked in for our hunter, and we will move to the last phase before we get things underway, as we will have a move on to the map selection here. Will be the wildling bottom middle, going for a bit of a T here with prisoner in the middle, gardener up by the shack on top. Then it will be the magician on the right side of the map. So going to leave that left board open. We'll expect Bonbon to potentially spawn in one of these right corners, as we'll see him bounce between them a little bit, but end in the top right. He'll be nearby the gardener and magician, have the ability to go to prisoner, and then of course wildling going to be a little bit out of the picture for the immediate moment. But we'll see Wendy's Bonbon here going on into round one. We'll give the survivors a little bit of time to finalize things, as we do see our talents. It will be a Sui for the side of magician, gardener with the borrowed time knee jerk, prisoner with the borrowed time and flywheel, and then wildling has the borrowed time alongside his tide turner. So is going to be a bit risky. They only have one tide turner up against this Bonbon, but they will need to keep this wildling out of the way for the moment. If he is the first chase, it'd be very dangerous, but considering the location of him, not really a problem they need to worry about.
No, yeah, I totally agree. Just good luck to NF and Guy. I'm excited to see this Bonbon matchup. Very rare in a tournament.
Yeah, we will go ahead and head on in. We've got everything out of the way, so it will simply be a move on to the next one here. Bonbon is going to come in, as we will head things back on in here. Again, the Bonbon needs to pick up a tie here for the Sky Survivors to win the round. Doesn't need to get a super fantastic round, just looking for a tie, as we'll see the Bonbon move over to where the prisoner spawned inside here, as they are going to be able to break this connection if they want to, but no, they're just going to move around, try to catch up to Somnium here, the prisoner counter rotating around this building, and Bonbon does need to be careful about wasting too much time following this trail, but will be able to catch up to that prisoner in a little bit here, and we'll see if he can get some long range bombs.
You do see that middle pallet is not thrown down, so prisoner cannot utilize. Oh, but he doesn't. He only has flywheel.
Yeah, it is going to be a Bonbon attempt here. We'll see if he can get this first chip. First chip goes on to the prisoner here. Is going to be the first bomb now. Going to try and land the second. Is going to go a little bit wide. Has 3 bombs to work with. Breaks this pallet here. That's been a little bit of a pest for him for the moment. Is Wendy going to go for the next bomb here? Would love to get a bomb hit, but it will be the prisoner. Shock coming out here. Wastes 2 bombs, and Bonbon, of course, going to be slowed down a little bit here. So we'll see 2 bombs back in the satchel, and the third one coming up here in a moment. Does get this next chip. Not going to get that swing, though. A little bit unfortunate. Yeah, the Bonbon going to continue this rotation. Thinks about bombing over to the other side, as it will be a remote bomb. Gets a chip onto the gardener here, which will make it a bit difficult for them to come for this rescue. As prisoner doing a good job staying alive at the moment. Another 2 bombs are ready, but just going to break this pallet here, as Wendy trying to catch back up here to the prisoner, but Somnium just going to rotate around. Should get this chip. Third chip lands on, but now on this pallet here, not going to be it. Will just get the hit onto the prisoner here. So is he going to go ahead and be the first chair here? But it is almost 2.5 ciphers done.
Very solid kite by the prisoner. I'm really impressed. Trait hasn't been used though. You can see that the Bonbon does have warp. Wildling going in for this rescue pretty early.
And yeah, it does have Tide Turner, but especially without the Bonbon putting bombs on there, is going to invest the first 2 bombs here. So realistically, kind of just wastes those bombs, as Wildling is certainly going to get this rescue before that comes out. Gets a normal hit, dodges that bomb out. So Wildling could go down here pretty quickly here. Tide Turner could go for this double down, gets the hit onto the Wildling, will instantly turn back. Does have the warp to work with. We'll see if that is going to be what they want to use to try and catch up here. They catch an eye on the prisoner through that gate, I believe. So we'll see if they're able to catch up here to them, as staying on this path. They do see these marks from long range, so could go for the warp or could just try and run it down, but Wildling's going to be able to pick himself up with exit path. Both of the other players can just keep the coding, as prisoner is now going to get warped onto. I think it's a bit slow of a decision from Wendy. Should have gone for it earlier, but regardless is going to be the status quo. Prisoner gets a chip here. Remote control bomb gets the down, and it will be a nice quick down here after the warp, so making up for some of that potentially lost time, as 3 ciphers are are completed, 80% on the next 85 now and counting. Gonna get the 5th Cypher at 70%, and this could be an attempt for a 3 escape here, which is again what they need to tie the round.
You can see here that the magician is going in for the rescue, but he does have suicide, so this is
yeah, rescue attempt going to come out here. They are going to get the initial no-hit rescue. Bombs, of course, will slowly stagger that one up. Will be the remote control bomb.
Don't think magician should be body blocking right here.
Oh, magician goes down here. Might try and stall some time out. Last Cypher at 95. That borrowed time, and they're gonna pick prisoner up here with the pop here. I'll see if they go for it. I think you have to. Prisoner does get picked up. That's the backdoor rescue afterward as well. Really nice work here by the nefarious survivors here. They could try and go for this 3, maybe 4 escapes. Somnium is going to be the next target here. First chip hits onto the prisoner. Remote control bomb back up here. So it should be this kill, but misses the RC bomb as it will now be prisoner. An attempt, 4 bombs available. Needs to be able to dodge everything coming up here. Now he's going to get hit here. Bomb goes down. Prisoner should be secured here as an elimination, but Bonbon doesn't have trump card. He just has a warp, so he needs to get his body. He needs to get moving. He needs to get to this door. 90%. Wendy needs to move quickly, but the warp isn't far enough, and it's going to be a triple escape for the various survivors. Really good work here in the round 2 second half to tie things up.
Just insane.
Oh, wow. If Bonbon picked up the prisoner, could have still secured a tie game there, but the borrowed time comes in clutch there. If prisoner had a double Sui there, wouldn't have been able to get picked up there. Really fortunate decision by them to take that borrowed time, and it ends up working out and securing them the triple escape here. So first round 2-2, second round 3-1, 3-1 in favor of the survivors in both cases, which leaves us at a 4-4 tie. Once again, 8-8 overall as we head into round 3, into the half sudden death. If we tie things once again, we'll head to overtime, but for the moment, if either team can win round 3, they'll pick up the series.
We'll see for Team Nefarious here that Silvers will be subbed out for Jexter. Do you know anything about Jexter? Any info?
I do not, unfortunately. We'll see what we can glean from the profiles in a little bit here once they get things going. As it will be a couple of choke subs coming out. Knight gonna get subbed out for Kazu Neko, which probably not gonna be the situation here for them, but we'll see what they want to go for here, as it will be Silvers coming out for Jexter, as you mentioned. So we'll see that sub coming out for the Nefarious Hunter here, as we'll give them a little bit of time to finalize things before we head on into that map ban, but is definitely going to be a little bit of an interesting one here moving on, as it does look like we will have another sub. It looks like Knight going to be coming out for Reginald on the survivor side for Sky.
I do know that Reginald is a Weeping Clown main, so maybe we'll see some Weeping Clown gameplay in the tournament.
It definitely would be interesting. Can't say I've seen too many Weeping Clowns here in this competition, but obviously the Weeping Clown is going to be an option here, especially if it is a specialization, as we'll see what we can see. I'm moving over to Jexter's profile, so could expect to see a fire investigator. That's probably not going to be it from the Hunter, as it doesn't look like they have too much public on their profile. Seems to be a bit of a commonality, not going to try and let other players get free information, but we'll have to just see what they want to go for. It looks like they have everything privated except for some of their survivor badges, which can't do too much knowing they're a Gravekeeper player on the survivor side, is of course not going to be what they're piloting on this bout, but we'll see what they go for whenever they get into the lobby and get things underway for their side. But subs are going to come out here. NF are going to move on to the, no, not NF, it will be Sky's turn to ban a map. Moonlit, Church are both going to be banned away. Of course, holding on, we'll see what the teams want to go for here. Any expectations when it comes to what map we'll see banned or picked up?
As we can see in this tournament, there's been like a lot of curveballs, and I'm not too sure, honestly. I just want to know what you think.
I was gonna say there's a lot of options, as you mentioned. Chinatown yet to be seen, Leo's Memory yet to be seen. I again keep seeing people saying things about Dark Woods available. Lakeside and Ever Sleeping are back in the map pool to be selected, so I wouldn't be too surprised by Lakeside ban Ever Sleeping pick, but with some hunters out of the way on the global bans and a couple normal bans opening up for both sides, it wouldn't be the most surprising thing in the world to see if those maps don't get picked up, but there is always the option for them to be, so we'll just see what the teams want to go for here. Again, a lot of opportunities and decisions for them.
No, yeah, definitely. You can see in chat that Jexter is getting a lot of love. I expect great things from Jexter, especially
He's
with
got
this
a lot
amount
of fans coming out in support today.
No, yeah.
Yeah, we'll wait for these bans to all come through. We'll get the lobby set up afterwards, and of course move on into that map pick ban section. But do need to get the bans for the map before we can work on anything else. So we'll give the teams a little bit of time to talk about what they want to do. Again, Moonlit and Church are not available, but everything else on the table. Lakeside, Ever Sleeping available once more. We have a lot of other options: Arms Factory, Leo's, Darkwoods, Chinatown. Couple of classics, of course, available. Darkwoods, again, always going to be a bit of a dark horse map, as it's not something you see in that top tier, but it is going to be something that the teams can go for here. So we'll wait a little bit for Sky to go for this map ban, as I do believe we're getting that sent in now, and it looks like they will ban a map, and we'll wait for them to. They stopped typing. They quit out on us, but no, we'll give Sky a moment. Pick what band they want to go for here on the maps.
I'm really excited to see who Jexter will play, especially since bro got a lot of fans. What the heck? Spamming in the chat.
Oh, here we go. Chinatown is going to be the ban coming out from the side of Sky, but we potentially have more subs coming out of the side of Nefarious, so we'll see what they go for here. If they do want to get some other subs out, it does seem like Chinatown is going to be the ban from Team Sky, so we'll see if that is going to be what they go for here, as we'll again wait for everything to get sorted out here, as we'll simply wait for this map pick selection to end.
So chat, how are we doing on this lovely fine evening that we have?
Seems like chat really.
You guys are doing well?
It seems like they want Jexter to play. That's what I'm seeing from chat.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad you guys are doing well. All gathered here today to watch Sky versus NF. So cool. Wow. we can see that NF wants to sub out their survivor. It's waiting on who will be subbed out. Remember, chat, let's not be weird. Like you said, keep it PG. We all want to enjoy this matchup comfortably, so. So they are gonna vote out Nier for Eunice. Or sub out, sorry.
As yeah, we do have that sub coming in. It will, of course, still be Reginald coming in for the side of Knight. Now it is going to be Nearrise coming out for the side of Eunice. So we'll see the substitution on the Survivor side for both teams. Chinatown is still going to be the map banned from the side of Sky. So we'll see Chinatown unavailable. Then, of course, Red Church and Moonlit are unavailable due to being the maps selected in round 2. NF will now have the option of any of the other, I believe, 5 options when it comes to the maps. Maybe 5 or 6. I might be wrong on the number, but a couple of different places they can go. Ever Sleeping and the side of the first band in Lakeside are re-available again, as all the other maps, of course, going to be illegal as well, aside from those 2 picked in the last round. So will be Lakeside picked up here for the side of NF. So saw it banned to start the series, and now we'll see it picked potentially to end the series, as again, if either team wins this round, they will win the series on the spot and move on to the round of 16. Sky are going to pick up their starting faction here. We'll see what they want to play. Wendy, of course, got a little bit of warm-up on that last match. Now it will be the side of Team Sky. Again, survivor substitution on both sides, so we'll see another player come into this match regardless of which faction comes in. So we'll see Lakeside be the pickup here for Nefarious, as Team Sky and Team Nefarious going to have one more round potentially left to play. If they tie things out, we'll head back to another overtime period where we'll go at it once again. But in order to get there, we would need a tie again here in this third round. So we'll see how the teams perform.
Sky will be picking their faction first, and they will be picking Survivor. So Sky Survivors will be going against NF Hunter for this round 3.
Yeah, will be Bear joining once again. Bear, Knight, and wait, didn't they? I thought they subbed Knight out. Did they not sub Knight out?
They did sub Knight. Wait, 1 second. They did sub Knight out for Reginald, I'm pretty sure. So.
Well, we'll wait to see if that gets corrected here in a moment, but global bands coming out, it will be the Goatman, it will be the Ivy, and then, of course, Explorer, Aeroplanist, First Officer, Magician, Psychologist, and Seer, all going to be picked away here for this one. So we'll see all of them unable to be played here in the next round. That'll, of course, come on screen once we move on to the character selection phases. We'll get the player lot sorted out in the lobby. Knight going to be taken away, as it will be a reset here here for the survivors, as we'll see NF's Hunter get back in here. As again, that will be Jexter coming in, the long-awaited Jexter coming in for this one. I believe will be the Hunter coming in for the side of Nefarious. We'll wait for him to get invited up to the lobby. As again, for the survivors, it will be Reginald, the new card coming out for this round, and then of course the Hunter for Team Nefarious, Jexter. Still yet to get a game out in today's set, so will be the first one for them.
Chat, let's get some hype. Who's excited? I'm so excited. Especially for Jexter. Let's go.
We will give them just a moment to get the last player. There he is, Jexter in the lobby. Give them a second to get everything prepared. Take note of the global bands. Take note of the prepared bands. Again, we'll have the Goatman and the Ivy band away here globally, and then Jexter will have to face another pair of bands from the survivors. I'd anticipate the Hullabaloo to be added in one of those two. Of course, that third band could be the Opera Singer to stay in that top 4 meta section, but could always move to any of Jexter's off-meta picks if they know any of them, or just whatever they don't want to play against. A lot of options here on the Lakeside Village, but it will be NF Hunter versus the Sky Survivors. Reginald, Jexter, their first games of the day. We'll see the other 3, of course, returning, so we'll get things going here in just a moment. One more player to ready up, and then we will be in round 3. First half. Again, round 1 and round 2 both ended in a tie, so Team Sky, Team Nefarious really in the depths here in round 3 to battle things out. Again, either team winning this round will win them the series, and we're going to head things on into our pick band section.
Right away here, we can just see that Merc and Priestess band. On Lakeside, pretty standard band.
And yeah, it is just going to be the Hullabaloo and the Opera Singer band away, so not going to have any availability to play anything inside of that big 4 section. So Jexter will have to go off meta here, at least to a little bit of a degree, with those big names all taken away. So Novelist, Entomologist going to be the picks here, maybe potentially expecting a Clown with something like that Ento band, but we'll see what Jexter wants to go for. Antiquarian going to join Mercenary and Priestess on that ban list here by Jexter. So moving right along in this pick band section. Again, Novelist, Entomologist, the current survivor team comp. Still going to need to pick up 2 more survivors here for the side of Sky. Wildling going to be picked up as one of the main rescuers here for this team, as we'll wait to see this final ban. Could see a couple different things, but considering all the global bans, not necessarily the most locked down pick, and it will just be a prisoner ban away. Get rid of that strong or that Cypher Rusher on this map, and we'll see the final pick now coming out from the survivors of Sky.
And the grand reveal here. Who will Jexter play?
As yeah, we'll see what talents the players want to go for. I wouldn't expect too much surprising. I'd expect Wildling to be on a similar build to what we saw in that last game with the Tide Turner, potentially Borrowed Time, as we'll see what all they do want to go for. Looks like Enta will be taking something with the Borrowed Time as well, so we'll wait a little bit here to see what they want to go for. Embalmer as well, going to be one of the players we'll be seeing a build from. Wouldn't be too surprised by anything from the Embalmer. I've seen a lot, seen Tide Turners, seen various Sui builds, seen some things with borrowed time, so a lot of options there for Embalmer, but we'll just give them a little bit, get that last lock in here in the final 10 seconds. Then we'll see what Jexter wants to play here. Any final predictions here for where he's going to go?
I really don't know. What do you think?
I'd say just thinking of a generalized character for Lakeside, a lot of options. I wouldn't be too upset with a something specialist, and this is going to be the definition of a specialist pick. Nightmare Hover. I think BQ is pretty good for the map, but they're going to step back. It's going to be the Lizard Man, Evil Reptilian coming out here. Lucino gonna get drafted up here, so definitely gonna be an interesting one. I don't know that I would be the most thrilled in the world to play Reptilian into this comp, but definitely a couple points of power for the Hunter here. Shouldn't have that much problem with what should be the problems on this composition. Novelist not gonna be the scariest character for a Reptilian, so we'll see how Jexter does here. Definitely gonna be an interesting pickup, as we'll give the Hunter a moment to fix his talents up, and then we'll move on to area selection. Yeah, we are just going to get pretty standard spawns here, 2, 5, 8, 11 coming out from the survivors. So going to be picturing out those corners as we'll see Jexter spawn over in that 7th node next to the Entomologist, and the Wildling can of course still cut back over to the side of the Embalmer. So not going to be in the biggest rush ever. I'd expect the Reptilian to want to move over maybe toward the boat and try and take down this Entomologist early, but could see him move over towards this Embalmer as well. So we'll just wait and see exactly what Jexter wants to do, but about half a minute here, we'll let everybody get ready as we do see the survivor talents for the first time. It will be borrowed time on to the side of Wildling and Entomologist, Tide Turner on Wildling and Novelist, Flywheel on the Novelist and Embalmer, and then a knee jerk on Entomologist and Embalmer. So they've taken 2 copies of every major persona here, so we'll see how well they're able to pilot them. 2 main rescuers, couple borrowed times around the board as well, but just about to get in here. Again, round 3, currently a full-on tied game is Jexter's Reptilian going to go up against the Sky Survivors. Alrighty,
Heading into the match now.
Lakeside
I can see
Village.
the Evil Reptilian goes towards the Entomologist. This is not the best play. I say Entomologist is not the best kite here. Especially with their bees who can block up entrances up the stairs. Oh, but does switch targets. No?
Yeah, I think the real problem for Reptilian is that he hadn't actually seen the Entomologist until just there on the dock, but you already just used your jumps. You're pretty low on energy, and it's a really tough time to get over to that Entomologist. Doesn't see the player close again. Jexter, I'm not sure what they're looking for here, but could be falling into a step of the blunder we've seen NS Hunters take in the past of simply taking a first chase too slowly. That's what the problem Ivy had last round, and we'll see how they do here. Jexter is swinging at air here, trying to get a hit through the pallet, but there's nobody waiting. Jexter jumping around 30% on so many ciphers. They've touched 4 ciphers seriously, and Jexter still hasn't found a target here. The closest player is this Embalmer hiding around some of these short trees, but Jexter needs to find somebody. He's already lost almost 2 full ciphers worth of progress here. as he is panicked looking for something, and Bomber's doing a fantastic job of hiding here in the close range. Cyphers are at 30, 65, 65, 60, and the Reptilian is finally going to find somebody to chase here in terms of Reginald's Novelist, but the Cypher progress is already abysmal here for this Reptilian, and he doesn't have Insolence, so he's finally, not going to get his first hint of presences. This is a really unfortunate start for the fan favorite, as we'll see Novelist continuing this kite, does have Metaphors to work with, Flywheel is available as well, going to try and play on this pallet, does pop the Metaphor, gets the stun as well, second Cypher going to get popped, 2 more Cyphers at 60%, as Jexter going to try and land down, gets the first hit onto the Novelist, finally is working with something, but you've traded away 320% decoding for a single hit here, does have Blink, and you really want to see it used soon to get this hit if he needs it. Not going to go for it there, is going to blink over, Flywheel, beautiful from Novelist, he's going to get another Metaphor here, and he can go for the stun here. Entomologist is coming in with a swarm, third Cypher is getting popped now, 70% on the fourth, as Reptilian going to jump over the loop, trying to stay caught up onto the Novelist now. Entomologist going to shove Reptilian even further away, as Novelist about a sixth of the way toward this next Metaphor, as Jexter has to keep chasing him. Reginald going to run around to the hull of the bow, as Reptilian completely lost at the moment, fourth Cypher at 90%, and he's yet to get a down. Jexter going to jump over, Reginald gets the drop in time though, and again Reptilian struggling so much here. Jexter about 2/3 to that next Metaphor, but he shouldn't make this pallet here, is finally going to go down. 4 finished Cyphers and 33% in, he gets his first balloon.
Just insane rotation by the Sky Survivors, and good hiding by the Embomber, just not to get caught. Just wasted so much time early game, which will probably cost him. That probably just cost him the game, cost NF the whole matchup.
And yeah, I mean, realistically, we're looking at a 3 escape here. I mean, Jexter is in the deep end. Novelist doesn't have borrowed time, but it is going to be a tough one to get a forced kill here. Goes for the slam, hits Wildling, but is he going to get the double down? No, he does insta-hit Novelist, but the Cypher is primed, so he can't turn for Wildling. They should just pop the Cypher here and go doors. There's no reason not to with Novelist not having borrowed time, unless they want to try and save him again, but with him able to go in the water, I think the best play here would just be to pop the Cyphers and go to gates now, but they are going to go ahead and get the pickup here on the Novelist. They're going to wait here, potentially try and go for this last rescue here. Looks like Entomologist is buzzing their way in here, so we'll see the rescue attempt come out. At this point, there's no reason not to. If Embomber was over here, they could try and get the vision onto the Novelist to get that coffin down, but we'll go ahead and see Entomologist trying to dodge away here. 5 jumps, 6 jumps, slammed down, is going to get the hit on the Entomologist, but the rescue comes through regardless. Doesn't have a Tide Turner to work with here, as Entomologist is going to call the swarm in. Metaphor comes out now. Will it be a potential hit here onto the Entomologist? Does have borrowed time though, so it's not the best play in the world. They finally pop it. I think they wait a little bit long here. Flywheel comes out, but the Novelist won't be able to stall much longer. Does get over the pallet, so it is going to be a bit of a time loss here, but this is a no trump card Lucino. He has confined space, so he didn't get a single piece of confined space value this game. Hasn't been able to use it once, and it's going to be the first door open already. And Bomber should be able to help secure the triple escape here, as it looks like it will be Jexter sprinting to this back gate, but he's simply going to be too slow here. He's looking around maybe for dungeon at this point, but it is going to be a triple escape here from the survivors of Sky, and congratulations to them on a fantastic survivor round, as Entomologist takes the dungeon, and it is a confirmed triple escape.
Just incredible gameplay by the Sky Survivors. Well done to NF. Sometimes it can be really hard playing off-meta hunters in tournaments, so just even putting yourself out there with an off-meta can be really nerve-wracking, so.
And yeah, it is going to be a 3-1 result for the moment in favor of Sky. We will, of course, still need to play the next portion of this round. We'll move things back over. It'll be Sky's Hunter Wendy going up against the Nefarious Survivors. Again, it will be Bread, Freak, Somnium back in. Nearrise, though, subbing themselves out for the side of Yunes in this matchup. So we are going to see a new survivor coming in for this game. It will be Wendy's second hunting round of of the match. So we'll see if Wendy is able to secure a tie. If they pick up a tie in this match, they will win the set on the spot. If they get any more kills, of course, the same result. If it's a 4 escape, the survivors will win the set for Team Nefarious. But if we see a triple escape from the Nefarious survivors, then we will have once again another round to head to as we move to overtime. But Wendy gonna try and secure 2 kills in this Lakeside game to deny that. As we are going to get the lobby set up here, Wendy joining us again. Those global bans are going to be the Hullabaloo, the Guard 26 Bonbon for the Hunter survivors. Will not be able to play with a first officer, a wildling, a psychologist, a fire investigator, a magician, or a prisoner. So a lot of banned characters there. Of course, some that we saw in that last round as well. The wildling, of course, is global banned away from this side of things, but we'll see what it is going to be as we get these survivors rolling in here. And again, could see a lot of different things coming out here from the side of Wendy. Not going to be the most surprises for them. Obviously have a nightmare available, something they showcase on their profile, but not a lot else is going to be visible for us to see. So we'll simply have to wait and see what Wendy is going to bring us as we get the survivors ready to go for this match.
Who are you hoping to see in this very last round, potentially?
I think there's a lot of options. I see the nightmare on the profile, so that's the only thing I can really lean into expecting from Wendy. But when it comes to things that I think could be interesting, again, you only need a tie. So seeing something that's pretty good at camping with the detention to force that tie wouldn't be the most surprising thing in the world. Obviously, they don't have Bonbon available, but I know Lolzy talked a bit about Mad Eyes earlier. I think Mad Eyes is always a good time. I think there's a lot of other options. The nightmare showcased on the profile definitely has the ability to force a tie with detention, so we'll see what Wendy wants to go for. I think the call here, you gotta bring detention, camp somebody out in the early game, camp somebody out in the end game, pick up your guaranteed 2 kills, and walk away the victors here in the round of 32. So we'll see what Sky want to go for here. Wendy, obviously an incredibly large amount of options. Hullabaloo unavailable, Guard 26 unavailable. I expect the Goatman to be banned away, potentially one of those tier 2 hunters, but could always just take a stable chase hunter like an opera singer, go for a quick down, bring the detention, and get that second kill. So there's a lot of ways for Sky to try and win this series right now.
I did see chat earlier saying that Wendy would play Nightmare in this tournament, so we might be leaning towards a Nightmare.
Yeah, we do have our bans, or not bans, our lock-ins coming in, as again, Yune is going to be the new player in this match for the survivors. Freak Alice, Somnium, and Breadbun going to be coming back in for the survivors of NF here, who again really need a triple escape here in order to stay alive. If they are able to secure a 4 escape here, they will win the series on the spot, of course, but going to be a tough challenge for them. So really looking at a 3 escape to force that overtime. Wendy, of course, looking for anything better than a single kill. So if they can secure that second kill, they will be able to lock it down. So when it comes to the survivors, I wouldn't be surprised if we got some type of team fight comp. Think Forward, think Prospector, think Weeping Clown, things that have a lot of stuns, things that have a lot of stalls. As again, they can afford to sell one of their teammates, but they can't lose a second one. So seeing a comp like that is really good at harassing and trying to force save rescues could be not the biggest surprise in the world, but we'll see what they want to go for here as we move on into the bans.
Can see that Seer and Priestess are their first bans.
As we'll see the Hunter bans here as well. Again, you would expect to see that Goatman banned away here from Wendy, but we'll see if they do want to confirm that. Yeah, it is going to be Goatman, and then they're going to ban away Ivy as well. So just going to take some of those stronger picks away here as we'll head things on over to the Survivor picks. So now they get 2 picks here to start, and then we'll see more bans. It is going to be the Embalmer to start, and then the Antiquarian as well picked up here for the Survivors. As we are going to get a journalist ban as our 3rd survivor banned away by the Hunter Wendy, as we'll see what they want to move on to now. The survivors, Embalmer, Antiquarian, they have a way to rescue, they have a way to harass, so potentially could pick a more dedicated rescuer, and there's when I was talking about the Weeping Clown going to get picked up here for the survivors of Nefarious. As Sky, one more ban to work with, could try and get rid of one of these Cypher Rushers. We've seen a couple of them, obviously, so far in the set. Some of them are global bans, such as the Prisoner, but could always try and deny maybe the Mechanics 5v1, or go for another stable Rescuer, which is going to be the call they want to go for. Gravekeeper going to be banned away here, so just going to get rid of that super duper safe Rescuer. Again, Wendy knows they only need a 2k, so they don't really care that much, as Prospector is going to get hovered here. And again, yeah, they're going to go for this semi-teamfight style. Antiquarian, Weeping Clown, Prospector, very good at forcing these rescues with their stuns and their crowd control, but Embalmer has the ability to coffin somebody away from a bad situation as well. So I like the idea coming out here from the Nefarious survivors, but going up against Wendy's Hunter, it isn't going to be a guaranteed triple escape in any meaning of the word. But Survivor Comp, I think this is something that they need to try and go for. So I like the ideas for the moment, but we'll see what Wendy wants to go for.
Let's do remember, chat, that to win this whole matchup, Sky needs a tie, just a tie, and for NF to win this match, we need a 4-man win. So, it's a pretty tough situation for the NF survivors. Do you think they can do it?
I'm thinking it's a very big possibility. I think both of them obviously have the world to get what they need done. Wendy, in any situation, any survivor composition, a tie is always an achievable result here. So it's not the most difficult thing in the world. Again, you bring the tension, you kill a survivor throughout the game, you kill a survivor with the tension in the end game, and that would be all they need. A couple hovers coming out here. Leo, then they move to 5 or 6 different hunters, but the gamekeeper is going to be the lock-in, and I don't hate it. Take a character that can end chases quick. Gamekeeper hits a hook, gets a hit, hits a hook, has a down, and you can get through these chases incredibly quickly if you perform well on the Gamekeeper, and that is going to be the call that they want to go for here. So I'd expect to see the detention on the Gamekeeper, maybe trump card, maybe just a normal teleport, but we'll see the talents locked in for the Hunter. We'll see the map selection. I would expect them to spawn in the same spots, that second tile on the top row, far sides on the mid row, than that third tile on the bottom row. So wouldn't be too surprising to see that, but we'll see what the survivors want to do here. Again, must get a second escape here.
Can see that the NF survivors couldn't change their building time, so they are asking for the game to restart. This will be up to Sky to decide whether they will allow NF to restart or not.
Yeah, say if their game actually full-on glitched, I would assume they'd be allowed to regardless, but we'll see what the official decision is going to be. Tournament operators will talk about it for a moment, and they'll decide what the best course of action is here. We'll see if some of the survivors will be allowed to change their build or not, as we'll see the conversation continuing on for the moment. But again, we have everything locked in. They may be allowed to change their talents, but they certainly won't be allowed to change their characters, so we'll see them hold on for the moment. Gamekeeper going to be going in, and again, depending on the build, Gamekeeper is definitely a character that you expect to be able to get a second kill. In the first set I did of the round of 32 a week or a couple days back, there was 2 different Gamekeeper games from both sides, and both of them picked up a 4 kill. So we'll see if they're able to replicate even a bit of that success. The Hunter, again, only needs a tie here, as we'll, again, allow League Ops to continue this conversation, get to the bottom of what the problem is, and then decide if that is a forced restart, no restart, or if the other team will have that decision to allow them to go for it, as we'll just give them a moment and let everything be decided out here. We'll potentially get the lobby reset if that is something that needed to happen, and then we'll get them going underway here, round 3, second half.
So it turns out the game, they changed their build last second just for it to not register. So this will be up to Sky to decide whether they will allow that restart or not.
And yeah, this is what I would expect. There's
Yeah.
no reason to deny them from being able to change the build. If you're in a really rough position, maybe, but the air quote honorable thing, they're gonna allow the restart, because at the end of the day, the only thing that happens is that while being a good person, the other team gets to bring what they meant to bring, so not going to be too big of a shock. They should be forced to play the same characters, of course, all 5 players, but they'll get a chance to change their picks over to the updated. So we'll take a second. We're going to remake the lobby, get that draft happening again. We'll re-pick presumably everything the same, and then we'll allow these survivors to go in and go ahead and change their talents over to what they intended, and then we'll get our game underway.
Chat, let's also get some hype for Sky. I do believe here now is just the waiting game, waiting for the survivors to load into the lobby. All good, Jackster. We know it happens. It happens to the best of us, honestly. Let's get some hype for Wendy in the chat here. Jackster has had their moment.
As yeah, we'll get things going again here as we re-enter our character selections. Did turn off the bands to go ahead and make things relatively easy here. Not going to force us to go through all of the bands once again. Of course, the global bands will be kept in mind if we move on to the overtime, as again, we will of course have that third hunter and that third set of survivors, the 7th, 8th, and 9th survivor bands. So survivor's going to lock in Weeping Clown, Embalmer, Antiquarian, Prospector as were in the past. Then they'll get their talents locked in, and then we'll see them move on over to the side of the hunter, who will of course select the gamekeeper. Everybody's going to take time, make sure to get their talents on correctly, and then we'll get things going here. Round 3, second half. Again, Wendy's hunter for Sky needs 2 kills to win the series. The survivors need 3 escapes to tie the series and send us to overtime. And if we go in and get a 4 escape for this NF survivor squad, they will go ahead and win the series here. But Nefarious, definitely a tall task for them. So really looking at a 3 escape here, which is the minimum they need, but realistically expecting them or wishing for them to hit that 4 escape might get a bit hopeful against a gamekeeper. So they need to keep in mind to get 1 survivor only dead. They need to get 3 out here in order to keep their hopes alive here, as again, Sky, on the other hand, looking for a tie here. All they need to lock the series away.
You see that Beeve is in the chat? Hello, Beeve. You're really big.
Alrighty, we have finally progressed onward now. We are heading things into our character or our area selection. As expected, it will be not anything super surprising, as it will be the Antiquarian second tile top row, Prospector far left, Embalmer far right, and the Weeping Clown bottom right adjusted 1. As the gamekeeper going to come in, he'll spawn next to the Prospector and the Antiquarian. The Weeping Clown going to be a diagonal of him. Embalmer, which I realistically think is maybe the target that he wanted, going to be on the far side of the map. So we'll see where Wendy wants to go here. The gamekeeper going to be trying to get a 2-kill game here, as we do see the survivor talents come in with their adjustments. It will be Antiquarian, Prospector, and Embalmer all coming in with the flywheel. Then it will be borrowed time for the Weeping Clown, the Antiquarian, and the Prospector. Tide Turner on the Weeping Clown solo, as again, it will be the Embalmer Sui build here. So we'll get things going underway here. Borrowed time on 3, flywheel on 3, 1 knee jerk for Embalmer, 1 Tide Turner for Antiquarian, and we will get things underway. Gamekeeper to try and tie.
What do you think this gamekeeper might chase first?
Realistically, I think he's going to chase the closest person he can find. It's not necessarily a game of needing to be strategic. Being strategic and trying to take the fastest or most correct chases can lead you to lose a lot of time. I think he'll be happy with the Prospector nearby. If you hit a good hook, you can still try and just get the play. So we'll see which way they want to go. They're going to go over to Yune's on that side, as it will be the Antiquarian first chase here. Gamekeeper did bring the detention, did bring the Crump card, has an excitement, and it will be a game underway. Antiquarian moving over to the pallet in Shack. You need to stay on your feet for a long time. You need a triple escape. You need to buy your decoders time to get to work. Yune's now going to go in for the stick spin here. First hook going to come out, gets a pull to the wall. Yune's now going to get hit with the second hook. It's an early hit for the gamekeeper. Not even going to get it. Poke Oh, nice work there by the Antiquarian. Going to stall out a couple more seconds. Could have waited to vault this window, but is going to go ahead and go for it. Going to jump over it. Yeah, if you waited to vault that last window, I think you don't have to pogo there. But regardless, we'll see them go for it, as it will be Antiquarian taking the first hit here. The problem is that you didn't force a chain hook there, so Antiquarian now going to be in a lot of danger. This window is very unsafe against the Gamekeeper, and it won't be a hit, but it now is going to be. Pulls himself to the wall, gets the hit in melee range of Antiquarian. 50, 60, 40 on the Cyphers, as Bane is going to move over, get this first chair, going to head as far back into the corner of the map as he can. He wants to stall this timer. He wants to make them take as much wasted time to get here as they can, as all three survivors going to keep decoding. 70, 85, 65 as Somnium going to leave the 84% Cypher to head on over across the map here. That will be the Prospector coming for this rescue. If Bane can get a good far sighting here, he could go for the play, as doesn't see them quite yet here, but is going to have the tinnitus, as all Cyphers in the 80th percentile here. Prospector does actually pass the Gamekeeper, but will get spotted out. Chain hook to the nearby fence. Now going to go for the pull here. Should be able to hit this here. Is going to get it on the Prospector. Now Flywheel comes out. Gamekeeper not going to, no, is going to go for the hit here. First Cypher pop 90%, 85%. Prospector takes 3 ticks of damage here. Will go down to a chain hook. Is Gamekeeper actually going to target swap, which I don't agree with, but is indeed just going to back away toward the Antiquarian. Pressures Prospector a little bit, but Antiquarian going to go for this hook. Goes onto the nearby wall. Gets Antiquarian with the hook, and it is going to be a nice flywheel there. Stick towards the wall, but Weeping Clown here in order to tank some hits. Gets a normal hit there, as 2 Cyphers pop 85% on the third. Weeping Clown baits a rocket there for a bit. They are just both going to vault this window here, as Gamekeeper going to get straight back onto the chase. Now Prospector pulls. It's a nice play. Weeping Clown going to fly them across the map here, as it's a good stall for the moment. As Gamekeeper missing that hook is crucial, and that is a really nice play there by the survivors, as Embalmer pops their 3rd Cypher of the match now.
This is still looking like a tie, however, especially with 3 people injured.
Oh, Weeping Clown doesn't drop that pallet in time, and then the pallet doesn't stun. That is not what you want to see. Antiquarian is grabbed, goes down insta, and that should not necessarily be game yet by any means, but it should be enough to secure it. Antiquarian's going to go onto a rocket chair. That's going to be death onto the Antiquarian. Didn't get that before half rescue with the stall that the Gamekeeper was able to do on the Prospector. So Weeping Clown is going to go on to a rocket chair. 30%, 10%. Realistically, Sky has just won the series, but there is still a way to find a miracle here for the side of NF. So we'll see if Nefarious is able to make it happen. 50% on a Cypher. Now it's the Embalmer trying to move over toward this rescue. Not going to get this first chain hook to get that chip damage, as it will be a move. Not going to get it once again. Now Embalmer going over. Going to try and get this chain hook. Does hit it here. Not going to go for the basic hit quite yet. Weeping Clown needs to be rescued before half, as 75% on the 4th Cypher. Rescue comes out. Weeping Clown down again here. No Tide Turner on this Embalmer. Embalmer 3/4 HP, but still dies to a chain hook combo. Going to go for it here. Not going to hit the first one. Going to try and get around. Second hook hits the Embalmer to double down. Flywheel comes out. Doesn't get anything. Prospector pops the 4th Cypher, and while Embalmer has Coffin, Weeping Clown not going to be able to pick himself up in time, is going to get chaired here for the 2nd time. Prospector has to come in, and Nefarious, I don't think they can get a triple escape here.
This is
that's
like a 4K.
That's
yeah,
4K.
This is a 4K by the Gamekeeper. Insane.
Yeah, you put the Prospector on this chair, you pick up the Embalmer. You don't need to drop the Prospector. You could just put him on that rocket chair right there. But he's going to put the Embalmer on chair first. He's going to waste the Coffin. That's so true. Yeah, waste the Coffin, keep Prospector on the ground. Force the 4K. Could just take the tie or the 3K, but wants to get it. Now is going to put the Prospector on this nearby chair. Knows Embalmer's up in the ship. Could trump card teleport, and that's exactly what Wendy's going to do. Has secured the 2nd kill now officially. That will be the series win. Congratulations to Sky on victory and moving to the round of 16, as we'll have a Gamekeeper. A little bit of BM here nodding up and down, as it will be the win over. Wendy's going to secure this 4th kill for their team, as Embalmer is going to do whatever they can, but that is going to be the game. It will be a 4 kill for the first time in this series. In order to win, Sky only needed 2, but they are going to pick up everybody. Embalmer dodges a hook here or there, but Wendy at this point just waiting for either the surrender or just having a good time with it, knowing that the series is over. So gets the down here with the chain hook, nods to the camera once again, is going to go for the pickup here. It doesn't need to BM all this much, as it will just be a chair top of the ship here, and Bomber goes down. It will be a 4K for Team Sky, and congratulations on them for the 1-2-0 victory and moving on to the round of 16.
Incredible. Just incredible gameplay.
And so yeah,
Congrats
will
to
it be a
Sky.
victory? Yeah, victory for Team Sky. Series, or the round 1 tied, round 2 tied, but after all of the subs come through, it's a really good survivor round from them to get a triple escape, and then the Hunter closes the round off 8-1 after a 4-4 and another 4-4. It'll be an 8-1 victory, 16-9 in total in favor of Team Sky, and they are going to walk away with the series win in round number 3, and again, move on to that next round here in the IDV Premier Tournament playoffs. Yeah, congratulations again to Team Sky. Again, solid effort on the opposition end, but not quite able to pull it out in the end. The Bane, a little bit too strong from Wendy. But that will be it for us here at the IDV Premier Tournament for the moment. As, again, keep an eye out in the Discord for anything of note, as we will have, I believe, another matchup coming later in the day. So keep an eye out for that, for any pings related to that stream. But in the meantime, I've been Colonel, that's been Reika, we were joined by a bit by Lolzy, and we have been your commentators and producer for this setup, but that will be it for us for the moment. Again, keep an eye out for the pings for another set coming up later today and tomorrow as well. But for us right now, that will be it. Thank you all for watching, and hope you enjoy the sets in the future.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Identity 5 Premier Tournament. I am Lolsey, and I am joined here by Yoon. Yoon, go on, introduce yourself.
What's good, gang? I'm sorry. Hello, hello. I hope everyone is having a good day tonight.
Wait, a good day tonight?
Okay, listen, I'm nervous, bro. I hope everyone's having a fantastic night. And I hope they enjoy today's matchup of Halcyon versus Minute Zero.
Yeah, I'm really excited for this. Both teams I've gotten the chance to chat to. HCN I've known for quite some time, especially with hunters like Yimmy, Sababa Chubi, and all sorts. I remember constantly facing off against them in ranked. As Hermit, as per usual. But yeah, I'm excited for this matchup. I feel like it's gonna be phenomenal.
Oh wait, I think you have to adjust your mic again, Lolsey.
It's all the time, isn't it? Like the
Same mistake earlier too. Come on, man.
bruh, what can I do? Like it's.
Yeah.
Well, unless I like go right up to my fucking mic like this. Oh wait, this is too loud. Hold on.
Oh my god.
Wait, what do I? The thing I can't really do much. Like I have to like really speak loudly. Then I think that's like the main thing. I think I'm really soft spoken. I think that's the only issue there. So as we're waiting for the good old referees to get their stuff sorted. What do you think is gonna happen in this matchup? Like, what are you hoping to see?
Oh man, I'm not really like Hunter faction, so I'm not really like interested in that field. But in terms of like survivors, I must say I'm hoping to see more like non-meta, obviously like Florian, Puppeteer, but Puppeteer's most likely gonna get banned, sigh.
Yeah.
But I don't know, it's really just some people play non-meta, meta. It's really just like unexpected. I hope we get a lot of unexpected matchups. It'll be more fun, in my opinion, instead of just a regular Goatman hullabaloo things.
Yeah, I mean, I imagine with the star on Hunter here, which is, from what I understand, going to be all Gs, it is probably going to be that, I imagine just going to be Hullabaloo Goatman, just one of the two. That'll start it all off, but later down the line, we might see Yimmy play, and we could see a Dream Witch, we could see Opera. There's a lot of hunters that Yimmy does play, but on the side of Minute Zero, I don't really remember who they play. I'll be very honest. Their team's very secretive when it comes to that type of stuff. So it's like there's not much there's not much I can say. Right. They play characters. They'll pick who they play. But yeah, I'm definitely massively excited to see both of these teams play. As I believe. Where's the other referee? Oh no. Oh wait, they said they're gonna be late. Oh well. Yeah, Masters have to do double time. Anyway, yeah, well, I think we'll head into the. We'll see if both teams are ready to do coin flip here, since I'm also working the stream as well.
Yeah, I mean, I know both Halcyon, a lot more Halcyon than Minute Zero members, but I know Shiro, or in her IGM, is Ali Uchi's. I know they play non-meta, so hopefully, or maybe, we'll get a lot of non-meta characters. Yeah, and Halcyon is. I always get all Gs in rank as well. I must say I am a bit afraid of them, but best of luck to both teams. Again, I'm just really excited to see how it'll all play out.
Alright, we're gonna do the coin flip now. HN tails, Minute Zero's gone for heads, and it is gonna be tails. They'll get to pick or ban the map.
Oh yeah. Algi's mentioned Shadow. Algi's one of the coolest hunters ever. I will say, I think they're also old gen. I think I'm not sure. If I'm recalling correctly, when I used to play back in like 2019, 2020, I did see them a couple of my rank matches, unless my memory fails me, but they're probably one of like the very few like old gen players that still play to this day, which I found very surprising.
I have no fucking clue. I have no idea. I started what, Coa 4, but you're around about that time anyway. But we are gonna get into the map selection now, as HGN have decided to pick the map over banning the map here. As
Let's see.
ban maps. Oh my god, fucking. Anyway. I'm still waiting on I know they said they're gonna be late, so it's fine. It's what, 5
Yeah,
minutes
no worries,
late?
no worries.
Wait, what? Another thing, what map do you want to see? Because I feel like
Ooh.
we haven't really seen. I mean, Darkwoods is available. We haven't seen a single Darkwoods. It hasn't really. I think it's been banned once, and that's it. But it hasn't been picked or banned otherwise. I don't know if people have forgotten it, but then again, it is kind of a forgettable map. I can't lie.
Yeah, I don't think a lot of people are a fan of it.
Yeah. I mean, even with the the lighting changes, it's just not that great. And they're gonna be banning Leos.
Leos? Okay. That's fair. Yeah, I think in terms of like maps, I think everyone just wants like a change of scenery from time to time, like maybe like Sacred or Lakeside.
Oh yeah.
Or yeah, I know Arms has been picked a couple of times, but like one of those two maps. I mean, I'm a Lakeside hater, me personally, but
Oh, I love it.
of course, it's a Hunter-sided map, as expected from the Hunter main. My goodness.
Let's have a look. Can you force a team to play Darkwoods? Maybe one day. Maybe one day, if my idea does come to fruition for the future tournaments, and it's gonna be Eversleeping, a classic.
Classic Eversleeping.
Yes, and it looks like Minute Zero are gonna be picking the start and faction here. I imagine they'll probably want to go Hunter first, just to more or less set the scene. For this matchup here, as Shad is in the VC. This is a good thing. I just need them to be gone. Alright.
I hope my mic is okay. I don't want to be too loud or too quiet.
I feel like it's fine. At least it's fine on my end, anyway. I think it's mainly me that's gonna have the issues here when it comes to microphones. So I'm just gonna have to talk as loud as I possibly can throughout it all. But yeah, whilst we're waiting for the Minute Zero faction pick, what do you like? What characters do the chat want to see? Oh, speaking of what character, in terms of faction, the Minute Zero Hunter is going to be going first. So it is going to be HCN5 as the Zero Hunter. No idea. I mean, I know a little bit about who Dr. Dino plays. Like, I know he's very off meta, but I don't know if he's changed at all in terms of off meta or if he's gone full meta, right? I have genuinely no clue. Oh, let me just... Beavis just tagged me. Hold on a sec.
What's
I'm getting
going
distracted.
on? No, you're okay. Yeah, I do agree. I don't really know much about Dr. Dino. I don't really know what he plays, but I must say he does have a very cute guinea pig.
Oh wait, isn't that the PFP you've got?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say, like, hold on a second.
Name is Albert. It's a cutie patootie. What can I say? Had to shout out the guinea pig, but if they're both non-meta hunters, then I'm really looking forward to see what they'll play.
Oh yeah, 100%. I've got no idea. Still,
I really
like,
have no
I've-
idea either.
I only really know like a bit about the survivors, but even still, I don't know who they play. Like,
Yeah. This is my first time seeing the survivors, but
yeah,
I mean, in terms of hunters, I'm probably gonna be expecting like I know Shiro plays Geisha, so maybe Geisha, and I don't know. Whenever I look at Dr. Dino, I associate him with like Nightmare. I don't know if he's a Nightmare player, but maybe we'll get either or.
maybe. I mean, that'd be cool. That'd
would
be
be
really,
cool.
really cool. I'm waiting for Shad to accept the invite, so we can actually get this going a little bit.
Yeah.
Whilst we do wait, alright, they're in now. Just gonna get some stuff done real quick, as I am awful at task management, or multitasking, I mean. But yeah.
Yeah, you're okay.
Yeah, again, still with the changes to the tournament mode, obviously Peddler, I mean, a lot of like the other survivors did get included into the tournament mode now. They're still banned for this tournament though, so unlucky to the people who thought it'd be unbanned. Not unlucky.
I know. Yeah, I know a lot of people were like looking forward to like playing meteorologist. I think I saw some people asking. Yeah, she is quite the famous character.
Yeah. Also, you need to go into spectator.
Oopsie.
But yeah, another one I think would be very interesting to see, like in terms of like survivor meta, is Archer and how she would do, because typically, I mean, she's not bad for ties, from what I've understood, but like she is one of the weaker harassers. She's more used as a kiter now, I'm pretty sure, right?
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, and another, like, I was gonna say go on to Peddler as well. Peddler is not as strong as like the big four that everyone typically associates with hunters, but I do think they are kind of like in contention to be like number 5, number 6, if anything. Like I think she is useful. Like she's definitely a tie hunter, a very good tie hunter in my opinion. But with playing it, I mean, I've been taking my win rate when I ever get the chance. But like, whenever I do play as Peddler, I do feel as if there is chances you can get wins. Like,
oh yeah,
like there are definitely chances. But overall, I do feel like they're more or less like solid tie hunter at the very least.
I think it really does just depend on how you use like a character.
Yeah.
I must say. That's why I'm also like, whenever I like spectate or like, I like watch these sorts of like videos, I'm always like curious to see how they utilize their abilities.
Yeah.
Like see them to like their full potential.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that's with a lot of hunters, in general, really. Like, especially a lot of the more specialist hunters you typically see with, you know, if we're going to go as far as like saying like Hermit and Axeboy and whatnot, like they're very, you know, some would typically say like, I'd say like more or less draw characters, but then again, even then, like Hermit isn't really a draw character either. He's more or less a 4-man or no man now.
Yeah.
Because I mean, even in Koa, we've seen like Hermits like get a varied amount of results. I mean, I think the big one was, I think it was AWG versus, was it Dow 5 TE? I don't really remember. Where AWG survivors got all 4 out against the Hermit. And we even saw with Milk Melody in the grand finals of Koa getting a 3k with Hermit, and then Choai playing Hermit as well, getting 3 escaped. So like, it's really a varied amount of results. But as we're gonna be getting into this matchup soon, maybe. We'll just wait for them to ready up. If ATM wins, I'm buying everyone 1,000,000 echoes. Well,
Whoa.
nah, that could be good. Now that could be good.
That can be good. I don't know. I always wonder, like, how people have like all this money to spend on IDV.
Bruh, I don't spend money on anything. I
Yeah, me neither.
I spend it all on food. That's all I spend it on.
Okay. Yeah, with your chippy and curry.
No.
Oh my god, they're rubbing up on me. I can't.
Oh my god.
My goodness.
But yeah, we're gonna wait on Dr. Dino to start the matchup very soon. I'm just gonna tap that in real quick. Yeah, I'm excited. This is one of the matchups I was more or less looking forward to. Both very, very cool teams, in my opinion. Of course, I've always chatted to both, and they're pretty cool. But now, we into this pick and ban phase, as we're going to be starting to see Dr. Dino hovering over the Priestess ban, very standard, and hovering over the Knight ban. And yeah, it's going to be the Priestess and Knight. What do you think about that?
Oh, okay. Priestess, yeah, it's ever sleeping. If she's not being chased, then her portals can be like a lot of trouble for Hunter in endgame. I'm surprised about the Knight. You don't really see a lot of Nightmares in Tourney, so I'm really just interested to see what he goes as.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes Goatmans and Hullabaloos will ban Knight just to ensure, like, maybe going up against a Gravekeeper or something like that. I think that's just to help. Good up on the Mercenary. So yeah, I don't think this is gonna be Hullabaloo or Goatman, because typically
It might be non-meta.
Yeah, I'm imagining it's non-meta. Like, you won't typically see like a First Officer or Gravekeeper ban from the meta, but we are going to be seeing the Airplanist come out for HCN here, as I imagine they'll probably use that as a secondary rescuer, or maybe the main rescuer, depending on how the final pick looks.
I'm not gonna lie, the Perfumer pick is kind of throwing me off. You don't really see Perfumer first pick. It's not known as like a second choice.
Yeah, I think they only pick Perfumer because Perfumer can be used against Goatman pretty well. I think, obviously, like, it depends on if you have like a Perfumer. Oh, there you go. There's the First Officer. Like I was figuring out. They're probably gonna have two tides here, I imagine. But yeah, this is. I imagine that this is going to be the case, as they're going to be selecting their towns very shortly. I'm trying to think. I'm trying to think. Who would they play?
While you're looking at that, I'm looking at the build names.
Oh,
Muppet and Florian. And it's just 69.
Hey, I mean, that is a build.
It is a build. These names are just so funny to me.
Yeah.
They're so like unhinged.
Yeah, like I'm thinking, who could they play here? I mean, I'm sure they have a bunch of people they can play, but it just depends on like what works here, you know?
Yeah. I'm like trying to think as well. I genuinely have like no idea though.
Oh!
An evil reptilian!
That's
oh wow, this
interesting.
would be interesting indeed.
Yeah, I mean, not a typical first choice, but we have actually seen it quite a fair bit in this tournament, which is surprising. Normally going towards like round 2, round 3, that we've seen it, but we have seen evil reptilians a bunch, but not in the first round, so For all we know, they
Yeah.
could be trying to get their off-meta out of the way so they can have the Goatman Hullabaloo for the second round at the very least. So maybe that's what they're going for. I'm not entirely too sure. But I'm excited to see how this will play out. But I mean, you look at the Survivor side, and how would argue this more or less counters Evil Reptilian, no?
Yeah, I'm like wondering who he's gonna chase. These are all like pretty like tank characters or like hard to chase characters as Evil Reptilian, especially when he can't really do much besides like closing distance.
Yeah, I'm not sure who. I mean, I guess you could chase the Fuma first just for that presence, but even then, it's like there's not
Or
really.
that's psych.
Yeah, it's not really. There's not really like a lot of chases they can go for, and then they are going to spawn over at Dancing Geisha here, where they have the options of Airplanist and First Officer. Two not great kites.
Great kite.
Realistically, but you never know. I mean,
Yeah.
I have no idea how this is going to go. I'm excited to see how this is going to go. Yeah, this is going to be very, very interesting.
I don't think he'll chase an Aeroplanist in Graveyard. That's just free kite. So I'm like thinking he might go cut through middle and like try to bait Officer's Watch and then go for like Psychologist. Or he might pull an unexpected move and just go for Perfumer.
Yeah, I feel like Perfumer or Psych is like the best chase here, probably.
Yeah, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, we're starting. Let's see how it goes. Alright, Lossie, do your thing. They cannot. That's a good shoot by Arrow. We do have Tram. A standard Lucina build. Oy. Oh my god, the trap strikes again! Oh my! Wow, he said it's personal now. Yeah, Cypher progress looking great too from survivors. Ooh. Yikes. I mean, Arrow did a really nice kite. Especially because, what is it? Is this Does he have his jump, Lucino? I forget how he works. I don't think he has his jump thing. Oh, the slam, yeah. Then the slam might make some groundwork for this kite, but it's looking like a draw. Yeah. Another cipher pop, so they're working on the last one. Yeah, that's good. Oh my god, this... Sure. Oh, misses the perfume. Looks like he's jumping back. Wow. God. Shown so far and so fast. Actually insane how much distance he manages to close. Ooh, they might be able to push this. Ooh, not a great perfume. I wonder where the psychologist is. Probably like... I don't see her! Oh! Oh. Chino's a little confused. Ooh, it's looking like that. And Lucino's low on jump too. Oh. Ah, so close. Nicely done from the hunter. Yeah,
It's gonna be a pain in the arse, so...
it is the second hunter that no one expects.
Quite literally, yes. But yeah, with that, it is a 2-2 start and score line between the two teams, so excellent job from both sides. I believe we're going to be heading now into the next set of matchups. Let me add chat again.
Oh, there's a lot of people rooting for Yimmy.
Yes. So Yimmy is not going to be the round 1 hunter. It is going to be all Gs for this first round, from what I have gathered. So I imagine we'll see a lot more meta from all Gs.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Like, I imagine maybe Hullabaloo, maybe Goatman. I mean, it's basically Hullabaloo or Goatman. You know what? Part of me wants to enable Peddler just to see how many people would actually pick it, but at the same time, I want to keep integrity. You know, like I'm not just gonna add Peddler like willy nilly. I mean, it'd be the same for like Archer and Meteorologist. So I imagine a lot of people would actually pick up the meteorologist, because she is quite useful. I do think she is quite useful. Archer, on the other hand, only really typically useful for trying to get like the ties and whatnot when you're kiting by yourself. So, yeah, I think if next big tournament I do, they'll definitely be in it, obviously. But obviously, then you'll have the likes of Escapologist. Horrid name, by the way. It should just be called Escape Artist. But yeah.
I don't know. There's a lot of ologists in this.
Yeah, it's very odd. Like, they can't just use like very simple words, can they? They always have to add like an ologist or a ist, you know? Like,
we gotta make it fancy somehow.
Yeah, like, I don't know. Like, they could just like said that escapologist was a escape artist. Like, it's so easy.
Yeah.
So easy. Yeah. They choose the most convoluted way possible. Classic, the classic NetEase way.
The classic nice way, yeah. Escape artist is definitely much more fancier.
Oh, you need to go
it just rolls off the
spec.
tongue. Oh, oops. Oh my god, I'm so sorry.
Yeah. So from Sabab side, from like HCM, what were you like trying to see here? Because like they're gonna need a tile more to, at the very least, get to round 3. And
oh wait. Oh, sorry. Continue.
oh yeah, I was just gonna say, I imagine like they'll want to try and pick like characters that'll get them to tie, right?
Yeah, I mean, probably focused on getting a tie, but sorry, I was just like, I'm surprised. I see Cheryl is actually playing for Survivor.
What,
I thought they were going to be playing Hunter again.
Do they normally play Hunter or?
I think they're dual faction.
That makes sense.
Yeah,
then,
because I remember them from like a different tournament. They were playing Hunter, so I don't know why I thought the same for this one, but I mean, I'm looking forward to it. Looks like they banned Priestess and Seer, Classic 2 bans, and they picked Mechanic and Gravekeeper.
I mean, it's standard, isn't it? Like, they've got the mechanic available, so you might as well pick it, right?
Yeah, I always want to pick the Mechanic. It's so good for Cypher Rush.
Although they do have to hope that they don't get found, like the bots get found so easily.
Oh yeah.
I think that's like the main thing, but I imagine they know what they're doing. You know what I mean? Like, they're not picking. Oh, now they pick. Okay, I was gonna say, like, I thought they would have just like got rid of a free ban there, but it is gonna be the Knight fan. Very interested in the Knight is like really banned a lot, and I assume that's actually just sent down to the support you can give with the predictions of like hitting and predicting the abilities and whatnot. Like, and the Puppeteer is available and is gonna be picked.
Ooh, oh my god, I'm looking forward to seeing this.
You know, to round it all off, imagine you just pick Fire Investigator right now.
Oh my
Just
god, I die happy. I can die happy.
Just elevated into the fucking clouds.
My last pick is Psychologist.
So,
Where are we going? Ooh,
Magician, yeah,
Magician.
I imagine Magician's fine as the last pick here. You can use it in other compositions, because Magician with his buff is fucking nasty. Actually nasty now, so it's gonna be very interesting to see what happens here.
Yeah, I don't think. I'm like thinking. This is a very like a comp for like Goatman. Because I know Magician counters like Goatman.
Yeah, Magician counters like a lot of people, pretty sure, right? Like, they can,
Oh yeah, especially after his buff.
yeah, like counters Ivy, counters Opera, counters maybe you could say Hullabaloo, but then again Hullabaloo's just insane. Even though he got nerfed, he's still one of the better ones. I still think Goatman's like #1 right now, but like,
Oh yeah, for sure.
like overall, like she's that wish.
Get that man.
Hullabaloo, like clear #2, clear #2. Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at these builds. It's just very simple names. There's nothing to it.
So for some reason, the Gravekeeper's name is Bungie.
Damn.
It is a little silly. I'm also curious to see who would go. Maybe, I don't know, for some reason I'm thinking of Hullabaloo.
Yeah, Hullabaloo will make sense here. I feel like Hullabaloo against like Puppeteer and Gravekeeper is just free presence. Especially with the shovels, and I mean even with mechanic spots sometimes it can be free presence. It's gonna be Wax Artist!
Oh! Wow,
This is
interesting.
This is very interesting. Wax Artist is very, very, very good, right? But
He is on this map.
the one thing that I'm thinking about is like against the Gravekeeper, against the Magician, you sometimes, I mean, depending on what like people think, I would imagine that Gravekeeper does really well against Wax Artist. Magician can do well against Wax Artist. Mechanic is just mechanic, so it is what it is. But the Puppeteer, I'm pretty sure he's countered by Wax Artist, no?
He is, actually. I think it really just depends on like your timing when puppeting, but most cases he does get countered by Wax, unfortunately.
Yeah. And as we get into the oh, that's an interesting spawn selection.
Interesting spawn point.
So it's a bit of an upside down L with Mechanic taking the spot over Puppeteer. I mean, I can somewhat understand it, only because like you do need to maybe keep your Puppeteer alive as much as possible. I mean, we're looking at the builds here. The builds, Gravekeeper has Suicide build. This is interesting. They're not opting for Magician to have it for some reason. I would say maybe that could be considered a misstep, but maybe that's just personal preference. I'm not entirely too sure. But we also do see the Mechanic having the Suicide full type build there, so going to be very interesting to see how it goes from here.
I'm still a little iffy about that Mechanic puppet. I don't think you should have switched.
Yeah.
But
The only thing I can think of maybe is they want to keep the Puppeteer alive as much as possible, but even then, you also want to keep the Mechanic alive. So maybe you could have maybe you could have done it with like Magician Mechanic rather than like Puppeteer Mechanic, right? So I don't know. Maybe.
might be. Oh yeah. It's not in a very good area either. It's looking a little rough. But not again. He might have gotten mind gamed, to be honest. I mean, there's really not much you can do against the wax artist, especially at 11. So she probably thought. It's just hard to say. I don't think so. Oh, wow. Okay. Might get double hit. Missed flywheel and that hit. Holy. Yes, he probably knows that they're gonna spell, which they should do here, to be honest. There's not much mech can do anymore, especially with their flywheel out. Oh. It's looking very rough. Looks like they just started last cipher too. A little late, but they can still maybe draw. Yeah, thankfully I didn't use the pallets on 11, so I probably could use them, but he won't be able to live long, unfortunately. Yeah, he nailed it. Oh my goodness. Looking very rough right now. Minute 0 survivors. Oh. Oh! He bolted! Oh. It really is bad. Okay, well, I don't know if that was intentional, but it looks like it worked out regardless. Yeah. Yeah, there's really not much they can do. Oh, yeah, that's a 4K right here. Yeah, I don't know, it's just, oh man, wax artist on Eversleeping is actually so, it's so annoying. You genuinely can't do much.
The round one, HCN currently in the lead 7-2 in their favor. And although they are currently leading, Minute Zero aren't over just yet. They can come back. Should need to, and we will get into the next set of map picks, but I'm going to see if I'm going to make any subs first. So I'm going to ask that.
Yeah, of course. Oh, very intense first rounds, I must say.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm very tired. What the fuck is that? Hold on. From Uber Eats. We've missed you. You're next to say the fight.
Boy!
Fuck. Delightful. I don't even use Uber Eats. Why have I? Oh, it's because I used it when I was abroad. That's the reason.
Oh
why.
my god, they miss you, honestly. They miss you.
Alright, and it looks like HCN are going to make the substitution. It is going to be Yimmy coming in for all G's, as Yimmy is going to be the hunter for HCN now, as we're going to be waiting to see if Minute Zero are also going to make that change.
The moment chat has been waiting for. Flippin' Yimmy gameplay.
That is very true, yeah. That is very true. I mean, Yimmy can play a lot of people here. They've got pretty much every Big 4 hunter in their book, and they're not going to make a sub. So...
Ooh, no sub. Okay.
Yeah, not going to make a sub on their end, so... We are going to be heading into round 2 map picks now. As I'm trying to remember what the fuck the maps were, lol.
Yo, Uni. Hello, dry napkins. Oh, right. They just reminded me. Shout out to Halcyon Chubby. They were on about my ass about it earlier, so I have to say that now before I get beat. I got my Takis and sour cream ready. That's an odd combination.
Takis don't exist in the UK, so I don't know what that
Oh, boy.
combination is. Well, I mean, we have something, I guess that's similar, but it's probably not as spicy. Or, well, is it even spicy?
Taki? Well, I mean, it's literally spicy powder, so it is pretty spicy. It's like a tolerable spicy.
Ah, right. I love spicy food. And it's going to be a moonlit ban from the side of HCM.
Yeah, typical. No one likes moonlit. If you play on moonlit, then
I like moonlit.
okay, of course it's from the hunter main saying that. God. But moving on.
Yeah, just
Wait.
imagine we do get a Darkwoods there. That'd be funny. Actually, no, that wouldn't even be funny. That'd be really cool. Because, like, just imagine we get to see a Darkwoods for once.
Yeah, especially because I think, is it the smallest map? I'm not sure.
I don't think.
I know it's definitely like.
I think Red Church is the smallest map now.
Oh, you know what? Yeah, that's fair. I'm like thinking it's like probably like second or like third smallest map.
Yeah, chat. What's like the top 3 smallest maps in IDV? Because I'm pretty sure it is Red Church is like number 1, and then like 2 and 3 is probably like what, Arms Factory and maybe Darkwoods. But it is going to be a lakeside pick from the side of Minute Zero.
Whoa! Okay. A nice change of scenery. Let's see how this plays out. Red Church is the smallest map, says Scott. Lottie is right. Arms and Red Church, and I don't know. Yeah, it's probably Darkwoods, so it's probably like those 3.
Yeah. So yeah, I know my maps. I know it.
Oh my god, he knows his facts, guys.
Oh, I'm so cool. Anyway, I'm also a loser, but still. Anyway, yeah, it's gonna be the HCN Hunter first for this second round here as we do go on to the Lakeside. I think Lakeside is it's one of the biggest maps as well, right? I think it's either the biggest map or it's one of the biggest maps. I'm not entirely too sure. Can anyone fact check that real quick? Can anyone just check that?
Fact checking is crazy. Oh, wait. Keep putting me down there. Darkwoods feels so big to me. Yeah, when you're in it, like playing as Survivor, I guess it does feel like big, but if you really think about it in terms of like cipher layouts, they're all kind of like
they're bunched up
close together.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they're weirdly bunched up together, which is kind of like, how the hell is this like a... It does feel more medium-sized, but the cipher layout is fucking dog shit. I can't even lie. Like, even I struggle, like, understanding why the fuck they're so bad. Like...
Right. Like, I don't know, it just feels like, in terms of like rotation-wise, it's like... Ugh. I wonder how that, like, works out.
I think there's like a couple rotations you can do with, you know, with like the what's it called? It's the Green River area. I don't remember the full name for it, but like, you know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah, boy, I don't even know what they even call that.
At this point, I might as well just call it Green River. Cause, yeah, what else can you say?
You know what? Also, the whole, I don't know how everyone's adjusting to like the whole ping system, nor if I don't know if anyone's talked about it, but they gotta change some of the name. This is
what, for like
ridiculous.
the map locations?
The map location, they gotta change some of it. Cause why is Shack called Cottage?
Wait, what
What is
one's on
happening?
that? Wait, what one's on that on?
It's literally just like every map. It's like the generalized like call out thing now.
Cottage.
It's like when you're pinging like where basement is, it's like you have the option of factory or cottage.
That's interesting. They called it
like...
cottage when everyone else has just called it a shack. Like
Exactly.
that is
Like, why
very
can't they just
interesting.
implement it? Oh my goodness. And then the whole like dungeon spawns, boy. Oh my god. I was playing rank earlier and it was Chinatown, right? And I was like, dungeon was like at tunnel, but when I looked at like the pings to call it, it was Lion's Propaganda
Wait,
grocery store?
Wait, for where?
for Chinatown.
Wait, the fuck? What the fuck is Lion's Propaganda?
Dude, I'm saying like, where is a lion in this map? So it's like Lion Propaganda grocery store, which I could assume is restaurant, but I don't really know at this point. And then it was some other one that I forgot, but I was just looking at it and I was like, oh my god. It's so Jover.
I know, yeah, but we are gonna head into the... We're gonna head into the picks and bans now. We can save all the talk about Nettie's fucking up names.
Yeah, that's a
afterwards.
time.
Yeah, it's gonna be the Seer being hovered over. I imagine maybe just gonna be Seer Priestess, unless they don't ban out the Priestess, which would be very interesting because we could maybe see Yimmy like choose whatever hunter and then go maybe just teleport, if anything. I'm not entirely too sure, but they are hovering over the Seer. It's going to be Seer and Knight, so Knight is going to be the preferred ban of choice, as the Hunt ban is going to be that Goatman. Very standard. So Hullabaloo is available. Again, Wax Ice is global banned here. I forgot to add that. Right. Anyway. Yeah, this will be interesting to see who they pick here. I imagine, yeah, Embalmer, yeah, makes sense.
Ah, Fire Investigator.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, Embalmer, Fire Investigator, two very solid characters. Seen a lot more recent usage between the two individually.
Mm-hmm.
Typically, you normally see them, like, I know Fire Investigator can come in for round 1, but typically they're more round 2, aren't they? I mean, you are the Fire Investigator,
Yeah.
me. You're the one that has all the knowledge, so tell us a little bit more.
He's not bad when kiting Kola, or at least to me personally. I actually enjoy kiting Kola, especially when they don't have confine, because I can just loop them with my balls. But Goatman, he is a little tricky, so to avoid like any potential early downs, I would say like fire would be better usage round 2 and so on.
Yeah. Yeah, the next set of bans here was the Coordinator, and the next set of pick was the Psychologist. So, I mean, it's very stable comp, isn't it? Like, it's very, very stable. Banning the first officer away, and that, I believe, will probably mean they just picked the Mercenary here, since it's their own rescuer. Yeah.
Yeah. It's a pretty decent team with Psych and Embalmer in one.
It'll be very interesting to see what Yumi picks here. Yumi has a lot of options. They do have the Opera, they do have the Hullabaloo available, they do have an Ivy available, they do have Dream Witch available.
I'm thinking they might think that he's going non-meta. Maybe with this comp.
Maybe, yeah. Unless they just want to go as strong as possible, because I mean they're currently on a point deficit, so I imagine they're gonna try and just go as strong as possible and try and face off against the Hullabaloo, Opera, whoever it may be. It's literally just up to Yimi who they pick here. I imagine it'll probably be Hullabaloo as like the best pick here, but even then, it's like we could see them pick Dream Witch as well, because I think Dream Witch actually doesn't do that bad against this competent thing. It's just the map that kind of like can fuck Dream Witch over, so it'll be interesting to see, as we are gonna finally head into the Hunter pick here.
What's going? Ooh, Opera. Okay.
I guess it does make sense. Like when you look at it, like maybe they do prefer the Opera over the Hullabaloo. Maybe they want to try and do something where they keep Hullabaloo till round 3, which is probably not going to happen. Or maybe they want to try and do that. But Opera isn't. I mean, Opera's not bad, like in general. But for this map, Opera is like, when you look at it like Opera or Ivy, you probably want to go Opera, just because Ivy just doesn't do typically well in big maps anymore. But now it's like, the Hullabaloo is available, and Hullabaloo in general does pretty good, so maybe maybe they just prefer the Opera Singer.
Yeah, as you said, like, the Opera isn't really bad, especially against this comp, because of like her ability to like, close up on distance. So, and aside from Fire and Embalmer and Psych don't actually have a lot of stuff to work with, so it really just depends on looping.
Yeah.
By how we spawned, it looks like potential chase will most likely be Psych over Fire. So I'm curious to see what Psych will do. Oh jeez. I thought Yumi was.
Oh, I didn't even change it again. Oh my god.
Oh my.
Oh, I'm so focused on my shots. Let me just... There we go. It says Yimmy now. It says Yimmy now. It says Yimmy now. You didn't see anything. You didn't say anything. You didn't say...
Yeah, you guys, Yumi's playing. Trust.
No, nothing's happened. Nothing happened. Nothing happened. Oh.
No worries.
It's 2 a.m. Alright, anyway.
Okay. It is so fast. My goodness, she caught up with Psych in seconds. Oh yeah, true. Ooh. Yeah, now she's gonna close that in distance in seconds. Oh my goodness, look at that. Already on her again. Oh! Great blink from Yimmy! And that's a really fast down. Ciphers aren't looking bad though. Mm-hmm. She does. Ooh, good cut on that. Yes. Mm-hmm. Very nice. Ooh, double down! Oh. Aw. Yeah. Oh wow, this is definitely a sell. It's like they're a really good kite though. I think so. Either that or it's here. We're about to find out. Oh, it's the embalmer. Oh look, yeah, she's opting to run instead of rescue. That's a smart choice still. But yeah, again, that was a really nice kite from Psyche, especially when she doesn't even have any abilities to protect herself with. Just unfortunate that basement was there. Yeah, they used it just now to get that distance from her. Ooh! Yeah, very nice stun. Oh yeah, Lucius last ball, so now he is defenseless. Yeah. Oh. Nice. Ooh, they actually just might. They have blink right now. It's not really needed. Oh. It's it's kind of tough to say, but they are working on another cipher right now, though. I'm assuming this will be after half, but oh, yeah, it's been caught. Oh, that's unfortunate. Oh, slow fall. Oh, that's not good. Oh, and the hit. Oh, it's... Mhm. Right. Oh, nice flywheel. But Opera's box is so wonky. Okay. Nice pallet stun. Oh, mate. Oh. He could have. Yeah, they could have. They got too scared. What did you just... Yeah. He's working on that other cipher. Yeah, they probably should pop it now. Yeah, there we go. There's the pop. Yeah. He needs to buy enough time. I don't know if it hasn't bomb or self-healed? Oh, so even if he goes down here... Nice palace stun again! But yeah, as I was saying, even if they go down here, Merc buys enough time, then they can just open that other gate. Yeah, so it's like, it has to be a guaranteed one man, yeah. Yeah.
From minute 0, 3 kills on the side of HCN there, and now it is up to the minute 0 Hunter, Dr. Dino, to get that 4k. Anything else? Well, a 3k will get them in round 3, but anything a tie or less will result in HCN winning this matchup. So this is going to be really intriguing. So
Uni, we can only hear you during the matches?
what?
Oh,
It's
technical error?
really? Hold on.
Oh, wait, I'm getting in chat that they're only able to hear me and not you.
Oh my god, I muted it.
Lawsy.
I muted it, chat. I muted it. Oh
Love
no, that is
it!
a technical error. It's 2 a.m. I have an excuse. It's 2 a.m. guys, for me. It's 2 a.m.
God, you're making me look schizo talking and agreeing to myself. This is not okay.
Honestly, thank God someone said that, because I would not have noticed. Oh my god.
Yeah, I was oblivious as well.
Oh my days.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Wow. W chat. Thank you for letting us know.
yeah. Oh my god.
Oh my goodness, Bobby.
You know, if it wasn't for this being at 2 a.m., maybe I would have done something cool, but I don't know. I have no idea. I think I just muted it because I'm not used to commentating so often, unless it's on like other people's streams, obviously. But yeah, not typically on my own stuff because I am awful at multitasking this type of stuff. So yeah.
You're doing great though. Just take it slow. My God, man, I'm crying. People didn't even notice.
You know what? The fact that people didn't even notice, it works. It somehow works. It somehow works. Oh my God. Okay.
Oh my God.
Oh my God.
Imagining the stream like being quiet now, except the occasional me just agreeing.
Yeah, just a yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh my God. Well, moving on to the next half. Dr. Dino needs at the very least a 3k for it to get to round 3, a 4k to win it. Will win the round, and a tie or less means that HCM will win. So a lot riding on this one. They would prefer the 4k, I'd imagine. I think that's what they should be going for here. Question is, who? Oh my God, who would they play here? Because like, I mean, I assume Goatman's just gonna be banned that way, right?
Yeah, probably, but I don't really think it'll make a difference. Respectfully, I don't know. Yeah, I just don't know what he plays.
Yeah, like
I don't know. I can just assume like off meta again.
yeah. I mean, if he does somehow play the meta, it's gonna be Goatman a whole other load anyway, so it doesn't really matter. But in terms of the Hunter bans, let's see what they ban here. Yeah, Goatman. Yeah, I imagine so. They want to be safe. They don't want to ban like some random off meta Hunter that we don't know of, but they seem to do. So, I imagine.
Safe choice.
Yeah, I imagine they're gonna like prepare for the hullabaloo here. Would be great to keep that one silver.
It's like they let share out this time, so let's see how that will be played. Wait,
I feel like maybe they should try and ban like one of the like harassers, maybe like an antiquarian or I don't know, someone, I guess. Like first officer. I don't agree with that. You've already got a rescuer out, and it's like you're banning another rescuer for whatever reason.
Yeah.
I hate to say it is a wasted ban. They could just pick Antiquarian here if they really wanted to. Although they're gonna pick
Ento. Oh, I'm sorry. That just surprised me.
Yeah, no, that surprised me as well. I think one of their players is actually an Ento specialist, so maybe that's why they picked it. Especially in the Faro Lady ban. Intriguing.
Interesting choices of bands, indeed.
Yeah, and then Toy Merchant. Yeah, Toy Merchant's really good on this map. So honestly, overall, this is actually a really solid team. You know, maybe the Entomologist you might not say is as solid, but at the very least, like, you look at the team overall, and it's pretty obvious. Like, they're wanting a win here. They want that tie at the very least, but they at this point want a win. So I feel like if Dino knows Hullabaloo, I think he needs to pick him. I genuinely think he needs to pick him in some way, because unless there is another specialist that they have that they can pick out of like the magical pack that they may have, the only thing I can think of is Hullabaloo. And wait, someone's watching this tournament at their prom. You know how crazy that is?
What? Boy?
Yes, someone is watching.
Go enjoy your prom!
Yeah,
oh
go,
my
yeah.
goodness.
Come on, man.
Ow.
Like, what, Nightmare?
They went Nightmare. Okay, yeah, I knew they played Nightmare. I just was okay.
Okay, so I have a feeling I love him, right? I'll absolutely love him, right? He is one of the worst hunter in the game, right? But I'm pretty sure this guy, if I remember correctly now, was S-Badge at one point for Nightmare, I believe. I could be wrong, I don't know, but we'll have to wait and see. I mean, if this gets a 4K, oh my god. That's all I will say, oh my god. And I'll be very happy, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is gonna be interesting. So try and get it to round 3, whether you win the round or not. A 4K from Hermit is what's needed. Or at the very least a 3K, right? And if they get a 3K with Hermit, although yeah, you don't win the round, you give yourself an extra opportunity, because a 7-2, like, a 5-point deficit, it's a deficit that you can easily bring back, you know? Like, a single win from, like, either side brings it back, so...
I'm honestly curious to see who he's gonna go on. Who do you think?
I think it has to be the Seer. Like, if they bring up, down...
Seer, right?
If they bring up, down, teleport, war... did I call Hermit? Oh my god, I called Mongo Hermit again. Hermit is on my
Oh, did you?
Apparently I did. Apparently I did. Oh my god. Anyway, we are going to be heading into the second half of round 2, where Dr. Dino needs, at the very least, a 3K or more to get to round 3, and at the very most, a 4K to win this round. And yeah, but Nightmare counters Ento, but like, even still, it's like, typically when the average Joe like plays, oh, are they?
Oh, not moving.
Oh, now
there you
they're
go.
okay. Now it's going. Okay, well, yeah, we're gonna be seeing them head over to the big rock here, as they're gonna be chasing the Gravekeeper. Not a bad shout to chase, actually, now that I think about it, because typically when you want presence as a Nightmare, as someone who actually used to play Nightmare a lot in the past, presence is important. And yeah, you see here, like, I mean, you also want to make, I do think they should start, I don't know why they're trying to get the hit here, just break the pallet, man, like, and then go for it. They are going to head, not going to get the hit through there, because, again, sometimes you can get a hit through those pallets, and it can be absolutely... It's crazy sometimes, but, yeah, almost all of one shovel used. Gonna get the... Will get the hit, but not the hit that they wanted, but it is still presence at the end of the day, as... Yeah, so they brought teleport, so that's probably what I expected here. They're gonna teleport straight away to this entomologist here. As can they get the? No, they can't.
Oh.
They get the hit. Yes, they can.
Yes.
And they do have the crow to teleport
Close that
onto.
distance.
And can they get the? Oh wait, I didn't hit. Wait, that. What?
Oh my god.
What?
That was so close, but missed just by a hair.
Oh my word! I did not. I thought that hit.
I would thought that hit too.
Oh my god! Brilliant owl! Oh my god!
Ow!
I didn't
even see it.
Yeah, neither did I. Like, Nightmare's big fat head was in the way. Anyway,
Oh.
we're gonna be. Anyway, the entomologist is gonna keep on looping. Well, I say looping, but. Oh.
Ooh.
Oh my god.
Wow, this Ento is playing a really dangerous game with this window.
Yeah, very dangerous game, but at the same time, they're doing so well. Misses the dash again, and.
Wait, this Ento is crazy! He's dangerous!
Literally, yeah, like... And now gonna be heading over, getting the second... I mean, I think they should have chased the Gravekeeper. They don't have any items. I mean, the full presence is almost up, but even then, I mean, they've done so well against this Nightmare so far. Can they get the hit? No, they can't. Now, should try and get the hit. That's not going to register either. Now going to throw down that pallet. Will get the hit for the full presence as the Cyphers 90, 75, 70. As Cozy is going to be the next guy getting the hit. Now, this is where it's going to get a little bit dangerous. I think they should probably try and heal up. They have the Cyphers. They need to, at the very least, like, try and heal up. Make sure that they come prepared for the chair here, as I imagine that is probably, you know, going to happen sooner or later. But I imagine the Seer is going to try and farm some owls when they can.
Wow, that's crazy. 2 Cyphers, almost 3, a lot worked on, and no one's downed or chaired. This is looking really rough for Nightmare, to be honest.
Yeah, it felt like a 4-man or no man type of thing, right? Where you're banking it all on one hunter, and the one hunter that you're banking it on is a Nightmare. I mean, yes, a Nightmare did 4K a Koa, but that was also against an NAEU team, so like, I don't know. Then again, it is also Akka, and Akka is just a phenomenal hunter. But yeah, I mean, they're dealing damage overall, which is pretty. It's good, but they need to try and be a little more aggressive. I feel, which they have been doing. Like, don't get me wrong, they have been doing, you know, a lot more aggressively. And yeah, I mean, now gonna be getting the hit. But the bees got in the way. The goddamn bees, man.
Really, I think this Ento's just crazy.
Yeah, Ento's done really well here. And now they're probably gonna pop that Cypher, and I mean it's a final stand, isn't it? Like Dr. Dino somehow, some way has to get a 3K from this position. I believe that was the Seer who is half on chair now. Entomologist will be half on chair, and Toy Merchant is the one that actually does have the wanted order, and I imagine Gravekeeper will probably go in for this rescue here. Yeah, they will be.
Ooh, missed just by hair again.
Yeah, and they haven't noticed the... Okay, now they do.
No one's working on the Cypher, I just realized.
Yeah, I feel like... I mean, the Cypher...
Oh, wait.
Yeah, I'm looking at the Cyphers. It's a straight line in between middle, but because the map is just so large, it's like... It doesn't really mean much. That's gonna be the hit.
Wow.
And yeah, they won't be able to do that Cypher, and that's actually... I don't want to say they've lost, like, any sort of momentum here, because I don't know if they have, but, like, the fact they're getting, like, kept on the final Cypher here, like, that's gonna lose their momentum big time. I think they do need to try and get away from this Cypher, Entomologist, at the very least. They are gonna do that middle Cypher. That is gonna be, I believe, what did they throw there?
Bird. I don't... man, I don't know. I feel like they actually could have pressured it. They were both on it, but...
Yeah, now they're gonna pressure it, and...
Yeah.
Yeah, oh, that was it was an elbow pad. Gonna get the hit there. That's gonna be the pop, as they only need a tie here, as... I mean, he needs one person down here. Well, no, he needs 2 people down, realistically. He needs to try and find this, Entomologist next after the...
Ooh.
Yeah, that's gonna be down. But the Seer actually does have an owl.
TP is also up.
Yes.
Yeah. This is very close.
Everyone's within the same area?
Yeah.
Wait.
Oh, this is...
Oh, brilliant flywheel! But that's gonna be, again, you just gotta know that you can do double lunges, and you're gonna send the Raven over to Owie, and... Oh my god, wait, is this a comeback? No way! Is this actually a comeback?
Potentially, especially now that they're both over half.
Oh,
And
I think Toy
entry.
Merchant got there just before.
Wait, did he miss the bird? I think he was about to like teleport, but something
I
stopped.
think the only reason why he didn't teleport there is simply that. Oh wait, he's found the. Oh my god! Wait.
Oh my.
Oh my god!
Ah.
Wait a second. This is what I've been. No, I've been saying this for years, right? Nightmare Endgame low-key, if you take too much damage, is so fire.
Oh my god, Nightmare Endgame is so rough.
Oh my god, wait!
Oh.
What?
Failed catapult! Oh!
Wait, they can just play around it. Yes, Intertension is going to be out in 10 seconds, but they can just play for it. Teleport is up in 20 seconds. Is this a... This can't be a... No way. Is this a 4K?
Oh, this is looking like it. I don't think they're not near dungeon either. He knows where the grave is going.
Yeah, I mean, there's now 20 seconds up on the whatchamacallit, the Raven teleport, but...
EP is also up.
Oh
I
my
think he's
god.
sluggy. Wow.
Yeah. Oh, now gonna find the
Oh wow. Oh, this might be a one man. Unless he teleports now.
Oh no, he's not gonna be able to teleport now.
Oh, too late!
No! Wait!
Oh no!
Oh no, wait! Wait, can they get the gate open in time is the question, because I know the Raven does actually give you a debuff somewhat. It's not big of a debuff, but it's not the hugest one. But they're going for dungeon. They're going for dungeon. From what looked like a 4K, turned maybe into a 2K. It's... They've got dungeon.
No idea what dungeon is either.
And yet, because the tension's out and Gravekeeper's at full, this is it. HCN are going to be your winners for this matchup after a crazy, crazy round. And wow.
Wow. Honestly, well played from both parties. This match especially was just so... It was looking rough, but he surprisingly managed to come back. But unfortunately, he did mess up a little at the end.
Yeah, I mean... Wow.
I have we have no words. It's just speechless. It's actually insane how it played out.
Yeah, that is. I'm glad I saw Nightmare like that, man. Like, yes, it may not have been a win, but like, it's so close. It's so close. Like, part of me wanted Nightmare to win there, like even get like a free kill to get us around through, which I think maybe I understand the need for a 4 kill. You want to win the round, but sometimes sometimes you want to, you know, get that one bit right. So, wow, that, I mean, I've said this in the past. I think Nightmare's biggest strength is his endgame. I do think that's his biggest strength. Like,
oh yeah, for sure.
Despite the many weaknesses that Nightmare has, like, yeah, his endgame can be insane. But yeah, that was this matchup. There is going to be a matchup on a different YouTube channel. I will be putting it in the Discord as well as the chat here, so you can all go over, and it will be PMO versus Aloon on Hal's channel. Hal has kindly made sure that they post it. Yemi wants to be interviewed. Bro, I'm not interviewing people right now. Jesus Christ. Anyway,
Boy.
but yeah, yeah, the insane matchups from both sides, and overall, like, just phenomenal. I got to see both teams play, and phenomenal. I got to see a Nightmare do his work, God's work.
Saw his dream. He saw his dream match.
Yeah. But yeah, Yoon, is there anything you'd like to say before we go?
You know, just honestly, thank you for the teams for giving us such a intense and fun matchups. This was also my first time commentating with some technical issues from Lousy.
Hey, I mean,
But
I'm only human.
I honestly, it was really fun though. Hopefully this can help me break out of my shell more. But overall, yeah, thank you, Lousy, for inviting me and letting me commentate with you. This was a learning experience, and again, just really just fun, I must say.
Yeah, and with that, it has been myself, Lolsy. It has been Yoon, commentating for you today. I will be posting in Discord very soon about the next matchup on a different channel. Hal, thank you for that. And with that, if you want to join the next matchup, the Discord link will be in the description below. Subscribe. It's my channel after all, so you best subscribe. I don't know what I'm gonna do with this channel, but it's gonna be something.
Alright, man.
Yeah. I'm trying to treat this like a YouTube video. Anyway, thank you all for watching, and we will see you tomorrow, where there is going to be a total, I believe, 5 matches in a row. So let me check. Is it actually 5? No, it's 4. Well, it is what it is. But yeah, 4 matches in total, and I will see you all. Till then.